Ah, okay. We'll start all over. I just forgot to press go live. So let me just double check. I was having, again, some work emergencies. I'm just going to make sure the sound pops in on the. Okay. Okay, we're good now. Okay.
Okay, great.
Welcome. Mr. Clancy, do you want to repeat your question?
Yeah, can we just clarify whether people should submit their public comments in the chat or in the form that is in the YouTube description? Thank you.
Yeah, so the chat is open, so if you feel like chatting, that's great as a community. However, if you have specific questions for the LSC, I was worried that there'd be a high volume of chats and we wouldn't be able to properly keep up with that. So if you are able to submit any specific questions in the form, then we can ensure that those will get answered.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call us to order and do a roll call. Please try to keep this stuff in the chat here in the meet, just procedural and not substantive. Okay, so I will call us to order the March regular meeting of the Jones LSC at 6:07, and Sarah will take the roll.
Andrade?
Present.
Bowman?
Present.
Cernaprado? Clancy?
Present.
Cresswell?
Here.
Hilbrands?
Present.
Kerr?
Present.
Land?
Here.
Mana Hoppenworth?
Here.
Ma here. Martinsek?
Here.
Menjivar?
Present.
Powers?
Here.
Zen?
Here.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the agenda.
I will second it. This is Roberto.
Do any discussion?
Alex has one.
Okay.
I have a concern about the agenda. So I went through and I looked back at previous meetings just to make sure I was right about this. But in all the other cases I saw where we were appointing an unfilled position, we did that right after public participation and prior to our new business votes. So I believe that we should make a motion to amend the agenda to move the parent vacancy vote to number 5 rather than where it is now after these new business votes.
Sarah, go ahead.
I think just because of the nature of the meeting, we felt that there'd be a lot of, or I felt there'd be a lot of public comments. So having those in the beginning, and also having the new person wouldn't really be privy to all of the studying that had to be done to review the documents. So I'm not that comfortable having a new person in closed session.
Why don't we take a couple other comments and then we will vote on an amended agenda. Okay, William?
I would second Alex's motion. I think it's beneficial to have a full LSC in order to address these issues. And I just think we would benefit from that. So I second Alex's motion. Thanks.
Deborah?
My concern with putting a new person on the LSC ahead of the current agenda item number 5 is that there's about 100 pages of documentation that person has not read. And I struggle to see how they can make any kind of meaningful contribution when they have not had a chance to read all of the confidential information that has not yet been released to the public. And rather than spend time trying to go through candidates and hear the presentations of candidates and then go into closed session to talk about who we want to add to the LSC and then come back to the main topic of business for tonight, I really think it's in everybody's best interest to keep the agenda how it is.
I just feel as if because it has the possibility to change the way the vote sways, it is important to make sure that we have a full democratic body.
Troy?
I'm going to stand behind the students, and I would also like to see this item moved to after the public participation.
And Dr. Powers?
I move the question to vote on the amendment to the agenda as proposed.
Great. Okay. I'll do, this is a vote to approve the motion with the amendment to move item, sorry, finding this 6A to become
Number
what?
5.
New number 5?
Yes, so right after public participation.
Okay, to new number, let me write that down. To new number 5. And then do a roll call. To new, can someone answer, Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell, can we take this vote and then answer your question?
100%. Just
Okay.
wanted to acknowledge my hand is raised. Take the
Okay.
vote.
Okay. Okay. Roll call. This is to amend the agenda and approve it as amended. Andrade.
Yay.
Bowman.
Yay.
Serna Prado.
Abstain.
Clancy.
Yay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to take notes. So, yay. Sorry. Abstain. Cresswell.
No.
Hillbrands.
Yay.
Cresswell. That's a yay. I mean, a nay, and Hillbrands is a yay. Kerr.
Yay.
Land.
No.
Mana Hoppenworth.
No.
No. Martinsek.
No.
Menjivar.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain. Powers. Dr. Powers?
Yay.
Okay, Powers, yay, and Zen.
No.
Okay, so we might be split here. We have Andrade, Clancy, Bowman, Hillbrands, Powers, yay. That's 5. 1, 2. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 2 abstains, and we have 1, 2, 3. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no's. So I don't know what happens.
I'm not sure. Did you count my vote in the yays? I didn't hear you say.
Oh
my-
yeah, Kurt. No, there's 6 yays then. Thank you. I'm sorry. Kurt. Yeah. So Andrade, Clancy, Kerr, Bowman, Hillbrands, Powers. So yays 6. 2 abstains. Serna Prado and Menjivar, and then 5 no's. So believe it's just a majority for that kind of thing. So the amendment was approved, and we will move the old business 6 to become new number 5, and 5 becomes 6. There's no approval of minutes. I did not do any for the special meeting on February 22nd. I will submit those for the April meeting. And I pass it to you all.
Thanks, Sarah. Mr. Mitchell, did you have your questions still?
Yeah, I did have a question / comment. Just because knowing the nature of this meeting, I just wanted to remind us, you guys have some norms that we might want to reevaluate or just make sure are present due to the contentious nature that this meeting may have. So like using I statements and things of this nature. And then I had a question in regards to typically with public participation, public speaks, and then the LSC reserves the right to comment back. Are we going to have that, or are we just going to allow, public participation to just be that and without comment? So my suggestion and my question.
Yes, for the public participation, we have a lot of speakers signed up. We will not have the same kind of back and forth we have on evenings when we have not that many speakers. So we will go through, we are going to do for public participation, you will have 2 minutes. Our bylaws say that we try to give 3 minutes to 15 speakers, but we have, I think, 3 times as many speakers this evening. And so we will do 2 minutes each to maximize the number of people who can be heard. And I think maybe Kim or Ellen could read the norms from that have been previously read. That would be helpful. And yeah, we will show a timer. Please be very respectful of the time since there's so many people who are here to speak. And if Ellen or Kim could bring that up, that would be fine. Do you guys have it or not?
I'm driving right now, but I can do it once I get home.
No problem. Yes, this is a public meeting, so, and we are all volunteer members of an elected body. And I know everyone feels very strongly about all these issues. And, you know, be respectful. People have different opinions. That's fine. I think that's pretty basic. Okay.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry. I just wanted to, I don't know if everyone has gotten the link to join if they have signed up to speak tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I just sent it to Raquel. Okay. And I sent it to Aaron Taylor. Someone asked me to send it to Aaron Taylor. I got a bunch of emails at 5:55 that I have not looked at yet. So I can try to go through that. And sorry, my timer sharing is so big.
Basically,
yeah, go ahead, Rachel. Sarah, there's a few more people who are signed up that you can send the link to, and by the time we get to them, hopefully they'll have opened their.
Okay, I'm going to work on that.
Yes, so apologies to people who have 3 minutes of material. Please cut that down to 2. And that is the way we'll make this work. That will still be like an hour and a half of public comment, which is quite extensive. Okay, Roberto, go ahead. Your stuff is not working. Ellen, do you want to go first?
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, now we can. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So I wanted to acknowledge Mr. Mitchell and agree with him using I statements and being respectful. I think Ms. Bowman's in the driving home right now. But I wanted to invite Mr. Mitchell to the space and ask him if he has any norms that he would like to share to help us facilitate and lead this conversation. And I see Ellen's hands up. Ellen's hand is up, so I don't know if she wanted to address those norms.
Go ahead, Ellen.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that I dropped the norms document link in the chat. Very briefly, and I appreciate Mr. Mitchell for bringing this to the forefront. The norms that we have established include monitoring airtime. I recognize that the change from 3 to 2 minutes forces recognizing airtime, but just something to be aware of also as LSC members ourselves. Also regarding the 2 minutes, I think we received that information when we were emailed this link for public participation. Mr. Mitchell mentioned that using I statements is one of our norms, practicing oops and ouch vocabulary, assuming positive intention and shared goals, and as much as possible being solution oriented. So I think I wanted to just state what those are, as well as have that link in the chat. And if Sarah's comfortable, I can share a screen with that. I don't want to just take over her stuff.
I think that is sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for bringing it up. That's helpful, and Ellen for pulling it up. Alexandra, do you have a quick comment?
I just think it's important, I guess, as a student rep to acknowledge the possible power imbalances that could be had when having a conversation that involves student confidentiality. So I think it's very important that we remember who we're here for and who we're here to talk about, because I want to make sure that students are both heard and respected as both minors and the sole focus of this board.
Thanks, Alexandra. I want to take this moment to remind people that I am the chair, and so that's how we control the meeting. The chair says when you can speak, so please don't speak out of turn. Raise your hand. I may not call on you if you're not a council member. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff to take care of tonight, and that's how this meeting is run. So we need to get into the public participation. It is already 6:20, and I know how much everyone likes lengthy meetings. So let's see, is Shane, I'm just gonna call like Kashasha, the meeting's being live streamed, and that is live streamed and recorded at the same time. Someone could put the stream link in the chat too, maybe. Okay, so I'll call like the first two, and then if the first person is kind of missing, then we'll move on to the next one. So the first two speakers we have here, yeah, let's see. We do have, I think, only a couple students, so I think we'll do them first, actually, if they're here. If not, we will go through a few parents first. Okay. Okay. First is going to be Shane Stachuk, and correct my pronunciation of your name when you start. And then next up after Shane is Michelle Parada. And I see Michelle there. Okay, great. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Stachuk.
Make sure my camera's on. Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. And I think I speak on behalf of a lot of parents, just with the nature of how this seemed to come out of nowhere. And I think most parents were completely blindsided by this. So I hope you can address, the lack of transparency on all this. It was sad that you felt you had to go to the media without notifying parents. I think a heads up would have been greatly appreciated. So I understand that you have a role, and I think by making CPS aware of situations, it sounds like they have opened investigations, whether those are justified or not. But I just don't understand the rush on this. It feels like it's just a power grab very late in the game. So as the parent of a senior, it'd be nice for them to have at least a little normalcy. And it seemed like things were getting back to a normal. They've had such trials through COVID and the pandemic, and now they're getting a sense of normalcy, and then everything is thrown into chaos very, very late in the game. I did read through the letter that was given to the press, and while they're serious matters, none of them really rose to the level of needing to have a principal removed this late in a year and throwing a school into chaos. So I just don't understand. I don't know any of you. I don't know if this is a power grab, but that's what it sure sounds like. And I'm hoping you can address why it seemed to be done in such secretive nature. And I don't understand how such a small group of 3 people can speak for thousands of parents. Maybe we should have taken a more active role, but I think most parents are working parents. They're not getting that involved in high school governance, but I think more will now actively participate. There's no perfect principal, there's no perfect school, but to have someone devote a good part of their career and then have it just sort of thrown into the media, it seems like you just didn't have the patience to let the CPS investigations unwind. And since you didn't like their answer or their process, you went right to the media. I can't see the clock, so I don't know how much time is left. And the last thing is the bringing up one point emphasizing that what's that?
If you could wrap it up, that would be great.
The whole emphasizing, I've followed Jones for a long, long time, and it used to be that Dr. Powers was applauded for sacrificing his family life and traveling from St. Louis. To sort of turn that around into a negative is really unjustified. And, him quoting he missed 9 days in the fall, I mean, that's when the school wasn't even in person at that point. So.
I don't have a mute button. because of the way the Google Meet works.
Yeah, I thought you were going to put a timer up so I could see
I know,
it,
I'm
but
sorry
thank
for
you.
the timer, but I did tell you when it was at 2 minutes, and now we're like close to 3. So thank you so much.
Okay,
Please
thanks for
wrap
the
up.
extra time.
Yes, thank you. Sarah was going to show the timer now, so let's we do have to keep it moving, you guys. Okay, next, Ms. Parada.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry if my thoughts are a little compounded. I was trying to, or this not, or as organized as I'd like them to be. I was spending time putting together the letter that I first wanted to mention that I had compiled from comments from staff over the past 2 days. It was a short period of time to get the responses, and I submitted them for public comments. And I want to point it out because in the past, anytime any kind of positive light is shed on Dr. Powers, it seems to go dismissed by the LSC. But if there's anything that some members can attack about him, it seems to get incredible amount of time and attention. I also want to take a moment to applaud the student LSC representatives for their honesty, courage, maturity, and forthrightness recently. Not many adolescents would display all of that, and I applaud you. There are a lot of emotions and opinions involved with all of this. I'm not claiming that the school or any person to be perfect, and myself most definitely included in that, but I'm extremely concerned about the disastrous effects so many of the actions of this LSC are having on our community and the interactions among staff and those involved. I honestly don't know where to begin with my concerns over the past, since this LSC has started in this past week. For a group that said they want to be transparent, actions seem to contradict this. Is it transparent to share a letter signed as LSC members as if it were on behalf of the LSC, demanding the dismissal of the principal without notifying the principal in any way or other members of the LSC? Is it transparent to contact the news media over internal issues at Jones without allowing all parties involved to be an initial part of that contact? Why is the process for participating in public comments not clearly understood by all stakeholders as far as who speaks and how they're chosen? Why is this vote to request the CEO to remove Dr. Powers even being considered when CPS has already responded saying they will not remove him? The motives behind this are not clear.
I'm going to give you another minute because I think we don't actually have that many teachers, and I think it's good to have we just have a bit more teacher voice.
Please note, thank you. I'm speaking. The letter that I submitted was compiled from the teachers' responses that were able to talk. When I'm speaking, it's me as myself, Michelle Prada. I'm not speaking on behalf of this teacher staff or body, but it's just I was able to sign up, so thank you. The motives behind the vote tonight are not clear and do not seem to be transparent as well. The other question that I would have is why are these meetings still being held virtually when the Board of Education is meeting in person despite the governor's disaster declaration and staff and students are being in person this entire time? What input have you received from community stakeholders that this vote is something that the community even wants? These are just a handful of the many questions that I have. I had outlined some other comments, but in general, those are my main points and the concerns that myself and others have over what is happening. And it is just very painful to see this happening at the school that is just has been not perfect, but still one of the best places I have ever been at. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Parada. Next up is Carlos Torres. Carlos, are you on the call? I don't see him. And so I think we'll move on to Max Stein. Max?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Max Stein. I'm a parent of a Jones freshman. I'm here to urge the LSC to reconsider its recent actions and to change its approach with the Jones administration, especially Dr. Powers. I understand that 3 members of the LSC took it upon themselves to write a letter to CPS asking it to remove Dr. Powers, and then talked with the news media about that request when it did not get the response they hoped to receive. That these members of the LSC chose to address these issues so publicly without first alerting the Jones community to their apparent sudden urgency is troubling at best. Were the Jones community in a crisis prior to these actions, this may have made sense. In my view, however, that is not the case. To the contrary, Jones teachers and students appear to me to continue to do their best to excel as they have done for years. To be clear, I am not suggesting that everything at Jones is perfect, and I know there is room for improvement on any number of important issues. The issue I have is with the tactics being used by these three members who decided to take these issues outside the Jones community. Those tactics, and in particular, what appear to me to be scorched earth efforts to remove Dr. Powers at any and all costs, seem to me to have lost sight of the ways in which Jones is succeeding and how those actions might imperil those successes. At the same time, I am worried that the continued use of these tactics by the LSC will further harm the Jones community. After hearing from other Jones parents who shared that worry, I drafted an open letter to the LSC asking it not to proceed with its planned vote this evening. A copy of that letter has been submitted to the LSC and is included in the public meeting materials, so I will not repeat the points made there. I will, though, report that it was signed by 622 members of the Jones community, and 16 additional people have added their names to it since it was submitted. I submit that these signatures from 636 members of the Jones community call into question whether the members of the LSC truly represent the Jones community. And so I have two requests. First, on behalf of the signers of the open letter, I urge the LSC to reconsider your planned vote on beginning the process that might eventually lead to Dr. Powers' removal. Second, to the extent that the LSC pursues the issues regarding Dr. Powers' performance, I suggest that the LSC consider whether there is a way for those issues to be discussed in open rather than closed sessions. This would obviously require Dr. Powers' agreement, but to the extent that it is possible, some open discussion of these issues would go a long way to helping the Jones community understand what is happening and why. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Jacqueline Smith, if you are on, you are up next. And then Susie Het is on deck.
I am here. I'm driving on my way home from night school. Is it at all possible to speak a little bit later? If not, I can wing it. But
yeah, I think it's fine. We'll just put you further down the list.
awesome. Thank you so much.
Is Susie, are you ready to speak?
Yeah, I can speak.
Great.
I would like to address a portion of the letter that members of the LSC sent to Mr. Martinez and Mr. Fletcher. The portion of the letter I would like to address is included in point 1 under the section titled Systemic Discrimination Issues. Specifically, I'd like to address the statement that reads, also in February 2022, the girls' track coach abruptly resigned midseason in response to issues that arose due to an underlying issue with lack of support and resources for the girls' team versus the boys' team. We believe the statement to be inaccurate as it does not speak to the facts of what happened. Our family's direct involvement with the situation that caused the girls' head track coach to resign was not one that involved issues of lack of support and resources for the team, but rather a difference in opinion on a student being wrongfully dismissed from the team and then reinstated. Dr. Powers made a decision after receiving all the necessary information to make an informed decision. The LSC was provided with a written statement ahead of the last special meeting, as well as other crucial information to provide background information into the coach's resignation, but both were ignored. I have volunteered to provide the LSC with any necessary documentation about the events that led up to the student being wrongfully dismissed, but the LSC has not considered any other information that may contradict their chosen narrative. While issues of perceived inequities between the girls and boys cross-country and track teams were items listed on the agenda of the special meeting and are current areas of concern, they were not mentioned as reasons for the coach's departure. An attempt to marry these two items together is misleading and deceptive. As much as the student
Susie, this
involved—
timer didn't start, so just take like 30 more seconds. I think that's about right.
Interrupting. As much as the student involved and our family would like to move forward with the consequences that ensued because of the head track coach's departure, including the mishandling of this matter by the LSC, it is important to separate fact from fiction. This is crucial when such statements are included in a letter to report charges of irremediable conduct on the part of Dr. Powers, a letter that has been shared with the Jones community and now made public in the media.
Thanks. Luis Rios?
You're welcome.
Or Luis? Let's see here. I don't think Mr. Rios is on. Let's go to Chris Quinn. I think Chris is absent. Chris, are you there?
Oh, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay, great. Yes. Okay.
Great.
Sarah, got the timer.
Great, thank you. We all are such supporters of Jones. We know how hard it was for our kids to get in there. I'm the father of a freshman who just started this year. The experience has been really good so far. The teachers, the student body have been incredible. The experience has lived up to its reputation. No small part of when we were making this decision was, and remember, we were applying in COVID, so there was no way to visit the school. So we talked to parents and other teachers, and I spent a fair amount of time on YouTube looking at the teachers and administrators whenever they had a chance to speak. And I was impressed with the caring, the professionalism, the smarts. And it wasn't just Dr. Powers, it was his entire leadership team. And in some respects, that's evidence today. When I hear someone like Alexandra Kerr talk and some of the other teachers and parents, I'm really impressed. And it's just such a good community. And a lot of that has to do with the reputation that's been built up over years. Frankly, I stumbled a couple of months ago onto these LSC meetings, and I was just shocked. Shocked at the micromanaging, the overreach, a lot of the discussions. I saw this absurd discussion about a baseball cage gift, and I thought, uh-oh, this is bad news. But I was even more shocked when it resulted in that letter. And I just feel like, as evidenced by, over 600 and probably counting parents that don't feel that that represents their experience, I feel like what we've experienced at the school is very different than what's going on. And we just know that in stressful times, leadership is critical, and to throw the school into chaos like this is really going to be detrimental to the community. And I really ask and I beg that people reconsider, back down, and reevaluate, and maybe listen to the hundreds of people that are disagreeing with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Next is Rachel O'Mara.
Hi, sorry about that. I actually do not have very much to add after hearing so many of the parents echo what I was going to say. I don't want to repeat it. I feel like as a parent of 3 kids who've all been in selective enrollment, this is our 13th year, I've seen several parents do things like this, never to this extent, but I feel like it's the job of the teachers and the administration to do a job. I think Dr. Powers is doing a great job. I like what is happening with Jones, and I feel like it was not transparent and it was disingenuous the way that it happened. And I specifically am upset about the part that it was advertised in the beginning that this was going to be to help Black and Brown students. And I don't know about the specific confidentiality things, but the things that were in the letter to the media were about, residency and traveling to St. Louis. And from what I understand, with so many people during the pandemic working remotely, that doesn't rise to the level of a problem. And it's just concerning that it's such a small group of people that are kind of making this difficult for everybody. And I'm glad to hear that there was a petition about so many parents. I've heard just from a few, and I fully support Dr. Powers and trust that the school will do a good job of rooting it out and don't appreciate the small group taking over.
Thank you, Rachel. Melissa Ramirez.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Ramirez. I am a Jones parent as well as an alumni from 2004. And I applaud Dr. Powers for the job that he's doing. Just like when I was a student, I can speak to my principal at any time. Now with a son at Jones, from before he was enrolled, I was able to reach Dr. Powers by email or by phone and have all of my questions addressed. When my son was a student, he became a student. He's been very supportive the entire time. I have questioned the curriculum. He's never dismissed my concerns or questions, but rather answered them and elaborated on on the different things and gave me a better understanding of what the curriculum was about, and I accept that. And I've had nothing but positive interactions with this principal. You all need to take a second thought about what you are doing. If you drive him out of this school, a lot of staff will leave, the culture will leave, things will change, and it could blow up in your face. It's very, very disruptive to remove a principal, especially a principal that's not doing a bad job. And we're hearing from several other parents today that they're not in agreement with the three of you and your actions. You are not, yes, you are on the LSC, and I thank you for your time and your efforts, but you're not speaking for all of us. There's three of you on this letter, and you think that you're speaking for the entire body with the actions that you're taking. Where is the documentation? Where is the polls? Where is the survey about how the rest of the parents feel about these actions? That's what I would like to know, because you're taking action without voice from the rest of us.
Thank you, Melissa. Kate McConnell.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak. My name's Kate McConnell. In addition to being a parent of a senior, I am the Vice President for Student Advocacy and Family Engagement for a company called ADAC, which provides supports to districts and schools across the country to improve inclusive practices. Prior to ADAC, I worked in various roles for the Archdiocese of Chicago's Office of Catholic Schools, and prior to that, I taught for 10 years as a special education teacher in a Chicago public school. For these past 20 years, I have worked as a special education advocate for families across the country, and I've seen many schools and districts, and Jones College Prep is by far one of the best schools in the country. It is ranked 57 in the nation, 3rd in Illinois, and 3rd in Chicago. But as far as the McConnell family is concerned, it is the best school and the best high school in the city. The environment is incredibly inclusive, boasting a diverse population and a robust program for supporting students with disabilities. There are a panoply of clubs and activities, providing opportunities for each student to find a place for themselves. My Scotch-Irish daughter found her home in the Filipino Club, where she was welcomed with open arms. I want to share a couple personal experiences that I think illustrate the excellence of Jones. Midterm, my daughter's freshman year, her AP teacher reached out to me because he was concerned. She was performing very well in class, earning excellent grades on her coursework, but for her midterm, she received a C. Let me repeat. She received a C, and the AP teacher reached out to us. And then he worked with the counseling department, and they figured out accommodations that would help her. In these turbulent and scary times, I have always felt that my daughter is cared for at her high school. And when an issue has arisen, as happens in all facets of life throughout life, the teachers and administrators handle the issues with professionalism and grace. The responsiveness of the teachers, the impressive ranking of the school, the pure love of her high school that my daughter has, that does not occur by accident. These things occur
you,
through
Ms.
strong
McConnell.
leadership. I'm going to continue because you cut off a
No.
couple people. Dr. Powers
Ms.
is not a
McConnell,
figurehead.
I'm the chair.
He
You're
has
out of order.
tirelessly.
No.
I know, but you don't listen, and we usually get 3 minutes. So, Cassie,
I'm sorry, but we
give me
also have 3
30
times
more
as many
seconds.
people. We're
Dr.
going to have to
Powers
kick
and
you
his
out if
entire
you do not respect the
team
chair.
have.
Do you want to be removed altogether? You're done with your comment anyway.
Well,
Troy, you need to remove
no,
her.
I'm not.
You are done. Your 2 minutes are done. You need to leave. I'm sorry. That's not how it works. Thank you. The next speaker is Margo Weinstein. Go ahead, Margo.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Margo Weinstein, and my son is a junior at Jones. By way of background, I am a lawyer, and I do volunteer work on behalf of children with disabilities, opposing and often suing CPS. Every time I walk into any CPS school other than Jones, I appreciate Jones more. There is no comparison. Our kids are fortunate to attend Jones. The worst schools I see are often those with interim principals. The motion to remove Dr. Powers threatens to destabilize Jones. which will harm the students who should come first, as well as the teachers and staff. Between the strikes and the COVID shutdowns, my junior son has yet to have an undisrupted high school year. We were hopeful that his senior year at Jones would finally be stable. No school is perfect. Issues arise, but they should be dealt with cooperatively with the principals, teachers, and concerned parties. I asked the LSC to address the issues in the letter sent by the 3 parent representatives in a responsible way, within its authority and within the investigative system set up by CPS. I asked the LSC to drop this unwarranted, unauthorized attempt to destabilize Jones by removing its principal. Do not go into closed session tonight. Do not hold a vote to approve written charges against Dr. Powers to initiate dismissal proceedings. If you nonetheless choose to proceed in this manner against what parents want, vote against the dismissal proceedings. Finally, I note that this LSC may be voted out next month. And if you act rashly now, you're acting—
Margo, please, you're done. Thanks. Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Flomenhoff. Go ahead, Michael. I think we'll circle back and try to get Jacqueline Smith if she's on after Michael Flomenhoff.
Yep, I can speak. Thanks, Cassie.
Wait, I think, wait, Michael, are you ready?
Sorry.
That's okay. Sorry, Jacqueline. I see him like with his microphone off. Okay, Jacqueline, go, and then we'll do Michael. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so in my experience, it's been frustrating to see an apparent lack of engagement, Dr. Powers, when it comes to issues of race and equity. In the listening session graciously hosted by the previous LSC, Black and Brown students spoke for about 4 hours about their negative experiences in the Jones community dating back to 2013. Dr. Powers, you had no comment and no apology. I asked for an apology. That apology never came. As the parent of a Black student who was already anxious, coming into this new environment put her extremely on edge. It felt unwelcoming, and it felt as though there was an administrator who didn't care about her presence in the building. Additionally, Dr. Powers, I've seen you leave early from multiple LSC meetings when it gets uncomfortable for you. This makes me emotional. I also received an out-of-office response stating that you would be absent for the entire month of June and the entire month of December this year, which made it apparent that you were not in the building for that time. I understand there are other commitments in your life. I'm an educator as well. There are times I have to step away from the job, but our students deserve a principal who can fully commit to them during the duration of their time in the building. I can't help but wonder, given this, Dr. Powers, are you still up for the job and all that it entails right now, including race, including equity, including things that are potentially uncomfortable or maybe where you have room to grow? Are you willing to commit to that growth? And if so, that's great. I would love to see that continue to grow. But if not, I would ask that you acknowledge that and recognize that maybe you are ready to be done. And I don't know if that's true, but our kids deserve all of the things that are being pressed by this LSC. I've sat in LSC meetings since that initial listening session that I sat in, and I'm grateful for this LSC for advocating for Jones to be a better place for my daughter to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And now Michael Flomenhoff. I think, Michael, maybe leave the meet and join again, and we will call on you after Erica Carley. Erica, are you there?
Erica emailed and she is stuck at O'Hare, so she will submit a comment for the record.
Okay, we will go to Julie Dickinson. Yep, I see you.
Hi. So I have a freshman trans son at Jones, and the enthusiasm, the excitement, the culture at Jones is amazing, is supportive, is positive. And I want to echo a couple of things. I have a junior at Peyton. Peyton has gone down this road of removing the principal, second principal. Now we have an interim principal there. And the result of all that, and I believe, Casey, you were involved in the Peyton process when that principal left. So perhaps have an agenda. The result, I mean, my junior son still loves Peyton, but I've seen that culture slip a lot. The enrichment programs they have gotten a lot more lame. There's not, like, Jones has the ACT Labs, it has the crazy inter grade and teacher volleyball games. It has such, I went to the open houses for with my junior, and the amount of enthusiasm and student empowerment that I see on a regular basis at Jones is amazing. And honestly, the amount of support and that my trans son has is amazing. And I do credit that with leadership. I do credit that with Dr. Powers. I do credit that with the teachers. And I have seen what happens to a school culture when you go through, we're on to the fourth principal maybe over at Peyton, and it really does corrode that culture. And so I would say, don't vote him out. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Frank Hashimoto. Are you there, Mr. Hashimoto? And I do see him. Let's try again with Michael Flomenhoft. Michael, did you come back? He did.
I did. Hear me?
Great, and we can hear you. Okay, go right ahead.
Yes, I left and came back. Okay, so I'll try and be brief. Parent of a junior. I have a lot of questions about this. I echo almost everything the other parents have said, but I would like to point out a couple things. This LSC, and I served on an LSC myself. The LSC is elected. You have constituents. Your constituents are speaking loudly that they are opposed to this. I do understand you have to vote how you have to vote, but you also have to listen to your constituents. That's why you are there. Students don't seem in favor of this. I know there's a ton of parents who are against this, and I don't understand the rush to judgment. I don't understand this. I don't know why we're getting petty about residency. I don't know why we're worrying about absences. People get vacation time. They get paid time off. Everybody does. You get to take it. You don't get punished for it. It's not how it works. Everybody needs to take a breath, please, and step back from the abyss, and let's refocus on a better way to do this. That's all I'm asking. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. No, Erica, Julie, Mr. Hashimoto. And in lieu of him, how about Michelle Kerr?
Hi, my name is Michelle Kerr. Can you hear me? Kathy? Kathy?
We can hear you, Ms. Kerr. Yeah, we can hear you, Ms. Kerr. Sorry, I think you're on your phone, right?
Yep, I am. Thanks. My name is Michelle Kerr. I'm the chair of Friends of Jones. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of the entire FOJ board. This statement received an affirmative vote from the FOJ board of directors that it represents the position of our organization and can be shared on their behalf. FOJ's mission is to maintain Jones as a premier college preparatory school in building community, coordinating volunteers, and raising and distributing funds. Arguably, the most important of those focus areas is building community. That is why we are speaking out tonight. The FOJ board is asking the LSC to not move forward with a vote to direct the CPS CEO to approve written charges against Principal Dr. Powers to initiate dismissal proceedings. We ask that you let the investigations that are currently underway by several CPS oversight organizations continue, and the results of those investigations drive the decision if the removal is warranted. Without allowing the process to fully be deployed, there is a risk that his removal will cause great harm to this community. Harm caused because all of the facts from all the sides will not be allowed to be reviewed and used to make a well-informed decision. The faculty of Jones teach our students to apply critical and balanced thinking. We ask the LSC to do the same. People are watching this LSC. Our kids are watching this LSC. The Chicago community is watching this LSC. The impact of your actions tonight, as well as those that preceded and will follow this meeting, cannot be overstated. We ask the LSC to act in the best interest of the entire community. We believe by calling for this vote now will only cause harm to our students and more division in our community as a whole. We want to be clear that our ask is not about who is right or wrong. It is about following the process and considering community impact. Please take our comments into consideration as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Maya Smith-Mooney.
Hello. I am currently a sophomore at Jones, and I would just like to say that I think it is the belief of many parents that the LSC is some kind of agenda against Dr. Powers, and that's very much not the case. They're simply trying to reform the school for the better to accurately represent the student body and our needs. So I just want to present an unbiased firsthand perspective as a student of Jones. But I'm going to be upfront now and say that I have no personal experience with Dr. Powers, but that's precisely the problem. He doesn't feel like a principal the same way that Jones doesn't feel like a school. So there's a severe lack of school spirit, school pride, culture, participation on the part of the students as well as Dr. Powers himself. So I've never seen him interact with students or participate in school events or even like present announcements at the end of the day. The administrative team as a whole rarely takes the input of students and does not ask for it. This is a problem that I've also seen echoed by teachers, several of which have left the staff because of a lack of communication and transparency. So obviously, I would like everyone to form their own opinion regarding Dr. Powers and the administrative team. But as a student with first-hand perspective for almost 2 years, I would just like to say that some of the accounts of the parents so far have not been that of mine and other students at Jones. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Maya. Stacy Rubin Silver.
Good evening. Our son graduated from Jones in June of 2016. And I'm here tonight because of the positive impact that Dr. Powers and the school he led has had on our son in his adult life, or young adult life. Dr. Powers is a dedicated professional, dedicated to the children, dedicated to their education, their emotional well-being, and to their futures. What is alleged in this letter, even if there were merit to the allegations, and I don't think there is not grounds for dismissal. We need to be wise. We need to resist the urge to turn every grievance into a final judgment, every slight into an occasion to wreck someone's good name and take away their livelihood. We are better than this. I ask that you issue a public apology to restore Dr. Powers' good name.
Hell no.
Pardon?
Sorry, I'm at work.
Pardon?
Yeah, you're unmuted.
No, I'll say that again. I ask that you issue a public apology to resolve Dr. Powers' good name. It isn't that the CPS administration is ignoring you, it's that you don't like their answer. You want Dr. Powers out, you're willing to put up charges against him and impugn his character to push him out, and you have no patience for due process. You have to be patient and wait for CPS to investigate, even if you don't like the outcome. Our city and our city's children are that much better for having Dr. Powers here as principal of Jones. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Next is KK Cleland. KK, are you there?
I am, Cassie. Thank you. Hi. My name is KK Nielsen Cleland. As a parent of someone in the school, and we had 3 children between fall of 2012 and June of 2021, I would like to really reassure the parents who are on the call for the first time and really listening in. I have already made my comments to the CEO and to the Inspector General and to the LSC Council. So tonight I'm actually talking to the parents who are listening in for the first time. And I'm actually wanting to just really address to you my congratulations that you are at Jones. You chose well. You chose a school that stands for something much bigger than anything else. And your children have opportunities to grow in ways you can't even imagine. So if you're a freshman parent or if you're a senior parent, I hope your journey is as strong and positive as possible. I believe that the real reason that the school is so strong is because of the leadership and the kind of command, of presence, of mission, compassion, excellence, and the willingness to work and collaborate with constituents. We felt incredibly grateful to be here. And until last year, Dr. Powers had always received incredible support and collaboration with the LSC. But that stopped when this group of LSC leaders came in. If you look at what Dr. Powers has contributed, and you go back to the history and realize that Jones wasn't always the school it was, but it took Dr. Powers and an administrative team to put vision to it. He was insistent that students be known and feel welcome. And I want to reassure to families who are listening, hang in there. This LSC too shall pass. And whatever happens tonight, it's not the end. Believe me, there's a lot of fight in all of us.
Thanks, KK. Sarah and Eddie, one of the two of you. Sarah and Eddie Houlihan. Is Lisa Hale ready? I see her. Lisa, do you want to go? Lisa Hale.
Hi, sorry, I had to unmute my microphone. I'm a parent of 2 Jones kids. This is our 7th year at Jones, and it's been an overwhelmingly positive experience. Not perfect, nothing's perfect, but I really do want to address that the administration has been strong and supported everyone that we've encountered. We've played a lot of different sports with a lot of different diversity and makeup, and it's been a great community of bringing people together. I want to encourage you to stop the vote this evening and let the process that's already begun go through, and stop and think about the students. The students are not going to be well served if there's no leadership at Jones. That's it.
Thank you, Lisa. Zoe Weinstein.
Hi, Ms. Cresswell. In order to provide a balanced statement, would I be able to go at the end?
I think that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Carrie Smarov.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Carrie Smaroff, and I'm the parent of a freshman at Jones. I'd like to begin by thanking the LSC for the opportunity to speak at this evening's meeting and share my perspective. As a new parent, I recognize I don't have direct knowledge about most of what has been put into the public record regarding Dr. Powers and his administrative team, and therefore I'm not going to attempt to unpack it. I'm sure there are others who can do that more credibly than me. Instead, I'd like to focus my comments on the lack of transparency in this process and my concerns about the way a hasty removal could impact our students. Given the gravity of the implications of this action, I believe the school community is owed more information. I'm certain there are opportunities for improvement, but a good faith attempt to address these with the current administration would be more productive than a rushed process. If deliberate investigations are needed, there is a process already in place with CPS and underway, and I'd feel better about any necessary decisions coming as an outgrowth of that process. I'm also concerned that the consequences of this action could leave our school in disarray, and that my son and his classmates will be here for 3 more years shouldering the brunt of the aftermath. As a volunteer in the library, I've heard students talking about their frustration that the LSC is not seeking input from the student body on this very important matter. And I've heard them say they're worried that a move like this could destabilize the school, citing other high-performing schools like Peyton that have experienced years of transition and turnover after similar actions. Coming after these last 2 years, our students need a return to normal, not more chaos. I want the system to work, and I want to know that our duly elected LSC members are advocating for our students, our teachers, and our school community at large. I also want to make sure that this responsibility is taken very seriously in an unbiased way, because there is important work that needs to be done to make Jones the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. And Mr. Hashimoto, do you want to go now? Are you back?
Yes. Can
Great.
you hear me
Go
now?
ahead. Yes, thanks.
Is it possible to have the 3 minutes like Ms. Parada? Because I missed the note about 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
fine. We don't have that much teacher voice here, so go ahead.
Okay, so I'm one of the 2 engineering teachers here at Jones, been here for 5 years. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to address the recent developments. To begin, as Dr. Powers has stated recently, Jones has become one of the elite schools in the city, state, and country. This is in part due to his leadership, the work of my colleagues, the support of parents and the community, and due to it being a selective enrollment school. As a teacher, I've appreciated that his leadership does not micromanage us and is hands-off. We're allowed to construct the most effective lessons and approaches for the students to learn the material. But over recent years, between the strike, pandemic, and the social unrest, I've now seen how this hands-off approach by the current administration applies towards the social aspect of the school. My impression is that the ultimate goal is the highest academic rating possible, and that comes at the expense of all else. That has resulted in a lack of a sense of community, veiled disdain for students who detract from a higher academic rating, brushing aside issues that will put the school in a bad light, and a lack of vision to improve racial equity at the school. I've seen that as a member of the ILT and other teacher groups, the tendency of the Jones administration to dismiss concerns raised by teacher representatives and reverse agreements made with our teacher representatives. As someone in the building, I've seen a lack of leadership on many fronts internally that transfer the leadership burden to our teachers. I'm sure many parents are unaware of this. Then there are the racial disparities that I've seen from the administration, parents, and students working closely alongside my Black colleagues. I've seen the lack of support for Black faculty members and students, which demonstrates the lack of leadership to improve equity at the school. But the recent letter to CPS CEO, Mr. Martinez, raises concerns about the MO of the current LSC. It is one thing to push for an investigation and allegations. It is another to bypass those investigations and push for an as of yet legally unsubstantiated dismissal. It does not make sense that parents would choose to create a crisis of this magnitude at the school where their children attend. They will, and all parents will, see the direct result of this publicly promoted request for dismissal regardless of the end results. Whether it is through the school's reputation, through quality students opting to go elsewhere, or through an exodus of quality teachers and staff from the school. Many teachers are already questioning continuing in the profession given the experiences over the past couple years. We are all likely taking sides on this issue given the information that we have before us, along with our biases. One way or another, this needs to be resolved, but given the history of this point, it seems unlikely without the removal of one or both parties. We need an administration that listens to the concerns of students, teachers, and parents and provides a comprehensive vision and leadership, while the LSC needs to hold the administration accountable without damaging the school in the process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hashimoto. And next up, we are at David Sherman. Oh, great. Go ahead, David.
Sure. I have a daughter that graduated last May and a sophomore son at Jones. And I guess I'm going to echo a lot of what parents have said. When we were looking at selective enrollment schools, we made the rounds. And what really sold us on Jones is when we got there, Dr. Powers talked about and did not go on and on like principals at some other schools. Simply said he really wanted Jones to be a place where kids could find their niche. It was certainly true for our daughter, who is now a freshman at Tulane and doing well. And it's certainly true for our son, who's a sophomore. 2,000 kids, thousands of parents, CPS teachers union, and then the CPS administration. I'm sure there are issues. I'm sure that's true. I'm sure it's, with all of those differing opinions, biases, etc., it's a difficult chore, I'm sure, to manage all of that. I'm not saying Dr. Powers is perfect, but none of us are. I am asking the LSC, and I'm going to echo some of what the other parents have said, is to table this vote until the due process plays out. I think it's pretty clear that's not what parents want. And I do think it's fair to know that fair to remind the LSC that their job is to try to help make the school a better place. And some of the decisions that they've made over the past year and a half don't do that. I don't know why going to battle with Friends of Jones, how that helps the school. I don't know how making it harder for teams to fundraise for sports makes it better. So I hope the LSC keeps that in mind. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Next is Sarah Anderson.
Hi. Hi, I'm Sarah Anderson. I am a mother of 4. My oldest is a freshman at Jones. I also am a full-time student at UIC Jane Addams College of Social Work. I have had an amazing experience in this short time that my son has been a student at Jones. Most of my interactions with Dr. Powers have been amazing and incredibly positive. I've seek out opportunities. There aren't as many during this pandemic time, but I seek out opportunities to volunteer at the school. And every interaction that I've had, I've not only seen him reach out to me, who he knows nothing about, but all of the people around me, introducing himself and making himself available. This by no means should diminish the experience that are being testified tonight by others. And I take those descriptions very seriously and would want those things looked into. However, removing a principal is an incredibly drastic measure, and especially during a time in our children's lives that have been full of drastic measures. I think it's important to take a step back, as many other parents have cautioned, and consider maybe looking at this as a chance to model what we actually ask our students to do all the time. Restorative methods of ameliorating this issue. That would take open minds on both parties. I'm a little nervous about the damage that's been done by creating a vote to remove a principal and bringing these allegations in this manner. I can speak from experience. I've been at a school where my children, Ogden International, we had our principal removed. It causes pain, it causes chaos, and it hurts the students. Please consider not voting on this tonight and seeking other methods.
Thank you, Sarah. Next is Julie Levitt.
Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I will be brief. I am a physician in the community, and my daughter Zoe is a sophomore at Jones as a transfer student from Lincoln Park. And I would rather give time to other parents to get a word in. This is my first meeting, and I'm very saddened to listen to what's going on and what the LSC is proceeding with. But I'm hopeful that the parents that have spoken tonight and the students will prevail and continue this culture of support that we have seen at Jones in this past school year. It is really, as a physician and taking care of parents and students, I've seen a lot of pain, and I really think that our energy should be used in another way. Please stop the vote at this time. It is not the proper thing to do at this time.
Thank you, Julie. Next up is Anthony Capetta. Mr. Capetta.
Hi, thank you. I'm Anthony Capetta. I am a math teacher at Jones. I wanted to talk about three quick things possibly. One, Cassie, you mentioned that there wasn't many teacher voices because quite frankly, many teachers don't feel like this is the safest place for them to share. Many parents have said everything isn't perfect, and I think the teaching staff over the years, really with the listening session 2 years ago, where many students of color testified about their experiences over the last decade, have figured out, have tried their hardest to figure out the best place to do that internally with limited success. And I think this is boiling over into, it has boiled over into the LSC space because the LSC does directly have oversight over principal evaluation, and that's where teachers went to next. So I think hopefully people understand that dynamic. Second, I want to address some misinformation that has gone around the school. People have gone around and said that we will lose our selective enrollment status if we lose our principal, or we'll lose our CTE program. Just to be clear, the Board of Ed decides all of that. That is how that would go. And I would urge anyone, students, staff, parents, to make sure that people know that we're not going to stop being a selective enrollment school. Lastly, we just need clearer policies and structures in place so that we can actually evaluate the improvements that we're trying to do. So for one instance, we need a policy of when parents can request meetings with teachers outside of the parent conferences, because it's a serious thing that that Mr. Hashimoto brought up, that staff of color have said that this doesn't feel equitable, and that parents will question Black teachers and teachers of color more. And we actually have to evaluate that in a structure and policy way, right? Secondly, sorry, is my time up? I will
go ahead and take another minute, Anthony.
The LSC does have budget oversight, and the PPLC is the teacher organization with that. The teachers have been asking for line item budgets via the role that it has as PPLC for many years, and it took a combative nature to finally get a line item budget veto. And I would have to ask, why did it take such a combative nature? Lastly, I know that teachers are nervous about speaking up. I just want to give a shout out to Ellen and Kim. I respect them both highly. They are teacher representatives. They have surveyed the staff. I hope that in the closed session that people will listen to both of them, because I know they are doing their best to try to represent the teachers, both who are in favor and not in favor of this action or this tactic. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next is Heidi Park.
Point of clarification that Ms. Park did ask for more time.
Yes, and go ahead with that.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Heidi Park. I am one of the Science Department co-chairs, member of the PPLC, and in my 9th year teaching at Jones. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself only. On Thursday, March 3rd, Dr. Powers sent an email to the entire Jones community that didn't acknowledge the ongoing pain in our overall school community. I'm speaking tonight to remind us all that the accolades Jones receives are not necessarily a reflection of our daily lives at Jones. Over my time at Jones, I've heard our rankings spoken of in a way to dismiss and gaslight those who raise issues, with the implicit statement being things cannot possibly be bad at Jones because we are ranked so highly. However, I believe we need to take a both and view of things rather than staying in this either or mentality. A question that's constantly arising for me is whether we are serving all of our students and staff well. From my observations, we're not serving those who come from marginalized identity groups. Jones must be willing to deeply reflect upon itself instead of constantly touting our awards and insisting that therefore nothing is wrong. White supremacy culture will have us look at the issues that have arisen as isolated incidents instead of indicators of systemic problems, but we must address the root causes. I do not doubt we are breathing it in. As I've become more aware of the smog that I'm breathing in, I've tried to clear the air within my classroom by examining how my policies have impacted students, and I've done my best to be both flexible and predictable. However, it seems that Jones as a whole is not willing to examine the ways that our school and policies are the source of trauma for our students and even some of our staff. I believe that Jones needs to first explore and genuinely acknowledge our own relationship to harm and explore our implicit biases and the ways that we as an institution have historically enacted trauma on those in our community. In my 9 years at Jones, this is the first year I can remember being given school-wide grade data to analyze in smaller groups and look for root causes. But that process was disjointed, and I had to draw upon my own experiences in analyzing data and using protocols to help my department parse those data. This kind of data analysis is only a start, and we must be willing to look at the root causes that are uncovered instead of making excuses. Our students and our Black staff have also been telling us where the problems are and what they need from us. The issues raised in 2020 on the Jones BIPOC Instagram page and at the July LSC listening session were just lifting the curtain on the experiences of BIPOC students at Jones. My Black colleagues have shared their experiences at the David Squared sessions and at a PPLC listening session. I'm not sure what has been done to even fully acknowledge and take responsibility for the harms that were revealed then and the more recent incidents that have happened at Jones, let alone actually repair harm. Without action, we're constantly asking folks to perform their trauma, and to what end? It seems that we are stuck in what Paul Gorski calls racial equity detours, which, quote, create an illusion of progress towards equity while cementing or even exacerbating inequity. Jones can be both a highly ranked school and a place that causes harm and trauma. How we define good school matters, and I believe that we are more than our test scores and our rankings. On the Jones website, it says that one of our core values is, quote, the belief that the world can become a better place by nurturing children to their full potential. In the face of all that has been said and uncovered in the past 2 years alone, can we honestly say that we're doing this? We need school leaders that can help us navigate these complex both and realities so that we can live out the values that we profess. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Park. Kate Lamantia. William, do you have a procedural thing?
Yeah, just two things really quick. One, just to remind people that the chat, and I need to do a better job of this as well, the chat in the meet is for procedural issues, not for voicing opinions. And the second thing is that I would ask the chair remind people in the public chat to be like kind and decorous to one another. It's a public forum. It's not a place for you to bash people who have different perspectives from you. There seems to be some of that going on in the chat. And I just want to remind everyone that we are focused on finding solutions and not exacerbating disagreements. And that extends to the YouTube chat. Because this is a part of the Jones community.
Thank you, William. And yes, try to leave that, because I'm really not reading that. So if I need a procedural comment here, I'm not going to see it. And next up, Kate Lamantia. Kate, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Great. I'm Kate Lamantia, and I'm the parent of a current student at Jones. I wanted to speak tonight just to represent myself and my family. The current LSC does not represent my viewpoint, my husband's viewpoint, or my daughter's viewpoint. The letter leaked to the media does not represent me, my husband, or my daughter. We stand behind Jones, Jones administration, Jones teachers, Jones students. Is Jones perfect? No, but the current approach taken by the LSC is not helpful or healthy. I have some questions that I'd love answers to from the LSC. Why was the letter only signed by 3 members of the LSC? Why was it leaked to the press? Why weren't the LSC student reps included? Why wasn't Jones admin included? Why did they receive word of this through the press? I have attended several LSC meetings and I have sat through unbearably long closed sessions. The last one I witnessed, a CPS LSC liaison was brought in to help with the LSC Jones admin relationship. Last I heard, everyone was going to work towards a better working relationship. Yet the next thing I witnessed is the letter being sent by 3 members of the LSC to the press. How is that working towards a better relationship? I'd ask all parties involved to act more professional moving forward, more transparent moving forward, and more representative of all community moving forward. In terms of meeting norms, we were told tonight about these I statements and being professional, yet at 6:59 tonight, An LSC member yelled out, "Hell no." I'd ask the same
We need
professional
to wrap up. Sorry.
to be shared with all parents. Thank you.
I think we're going to go on with, we're not going to deteriorate into stuff. So sorry, we're going to do our public speaking, and that's how it is here. Okay. Ellen Martinczak, go ahead, Ellen. And I don't remember if you asked for extra time.
I'm fine, thank you. So hi everyone, my name is Ellen Martinczak, and I'm a science teacher in my 9th year at Jones and 13th year in CPS. I teach science, I'm a member of the PPLC, and act as one of the 2 teacher representatives on the local school council. At this moment, I speak for myself here and will do my best to clarify when I speak on my own behalf or as a representative of the teaching staff as a whole. One reason that I make this distinction is that our school community is divided. We have been divided for longer than the last week, month, or school year, but recent events have shed increasing light on that division. Frequently, shedding additional light reveals ugly truths that have been hiding in corners, and at Jones it is no different. At Jones, I have observed that there are teachers who appreciate the autonomy afforded by the current Jones administration. I've also observed that there are teachers who are troubled by the lack of systemic structures and procedures at Jones to help manage a school of our size. From my experience, it seems as though most teachers both appreciate autonomy and are troubled by missing pieces in our school infrastructure. But somehow only one of those messages consistently gets through to our school leadership. And it isn't the message begging for growth, change, and forward thinking. This division is also clearly present for parents. There are many parents for whom the Jones experience has been overwhelmingly positive for their student and for them. There are also parents who are concerned that while their student may not personally experience harm at Jones, there are students who do, and harm that could be addressed or mitigated by top-level policies, procedures, and actions. There are parents who are able to receive prompt responses to their concerns from administration. There are parents who don't receive communication at all or in their home language from our school. It is possible that in a healthy school environment to disagree and also for voices to be heard and changes to be made in response. This is not that. Fundamentally, there are divisions that run deep, like whether systemic racism exists, differences of opinion that minimize the identity and lived experiences of students and teachers of color who have experienced the effects of systemic racism in their lives at Jones as well as outside of Jones. These experiences have been recounted and have fallen on deaf ears. And I'm apologizing, I will need that extra time.
Go ahead.
In a school community where we do not acknowledge the impacts of racism and racial inequity, we cannot possibly hope to combat them. I find it deeply troubling that the same concerns are brought again and again over the course of months and years with the same response that fundamentally doesn't acknowledge the validity of those concerns. If we do not acknowledge that there are areas where growth is needed, we have no hope of growing. We have no hope of addressing or reducing harm or potentially preventing it from occurring in the future. As I was preparing remarks for today, I ran across the statement I made to open the staff listening session in June of 2021, which Dr. Powers did not attend. I am struck that we still haven't received the results of the racial equity audit that we were promised weeks ago, itself months delayed. As the ripple effects of an accident threw many of our students into crisis last week, I searched through my past PPLC notes and saw that we've been asking for a crisis team and plan since December 2019. Whether your child experiences the effects of racism directly or mental health crises directly, you should care that these things are left missing from our school infrastructure. You should care that for months now we have had only one working elevator in the north building, so students who medically need to use the elevator to get to class are overcrowding the elevator and often missing instructional time because they're waiting for the next elevator. Whether or not you think that Dr. Powers should remain the principal of Jones, I hope you can listen to the voices of those who have spoken over the past decade plus. I hope to elevate and echo those voices tonight and understand that there needs to be change and growth at Jones.
Thank you, Ellen. Jackie Myers-Thompson.
Hello. I'm here as the mother, a parent of a child that graduated in 2021. And, I take offense to some of the comments about, that we are doing this out of fear of a principal. I have no horse in this game anymore. I have no fear of a principal, nor do I have fear of an LSC that was, in my opinion, improperly put in place. I was on this meeting a year ago when we had the discussion about the same three people that sent a letter to Chicago Public Schools that said that we didn't want to go back to school and signed it on behalf of everybody in the school and on the LSC. The same three people. I think that says enough. Dr. Powers has been a wonderful, wonderful person in the school and figure in the school. And the only people that I think should be going out are the three people in the LSC. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Lenny, I'll just cover that for you. Lenny joined the LSC in October. I think I saw Elena Calasado is gone. Sochi Esparza.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Go ahead.
Yeah, so hi everyone, my name is Sochi. I'm a CPS alumni and a community member of the 25th Ward. Last Friday, I read on the news that members of the Jones LSC sent an 11-page letter to CPS CEO Pedro Martinez. As I read through that letter, I learned about the many students, faculty, that Principal Powers failed to protect, failed to follow up with, and failed to provide services. It's concerning reading how many incidents were reported to the staff and how little was done after the initial report. I can't imagine thinking about what those students, families, and faculty felt waiting and waiting for a response, for resources, and for justice that never arrived. To the LSC members that wrote this letter, thank you for advocating for our students, faculty, and families that were harmed. Our school should be a safe place for our students and staff. We should be doing our best to ensure that this is the case. And I want to address the previous comments that have been said in this meeting about this not being serious, and it is very serious. I want to bring this. Do you all know that there was an Instagram page created by students that are Black, Indigenous, and students of colors, where they can share their stories and experiences of what's like being a student at Jones, of all the trauma that they've been experiencing at the schools, and ask yourself, why aren't they coming to you? Why aren't they here as well? Because they see how poorly you respond when reports are made. So this letter is long overdue, and I'm here today to ask that the LSC vote yes on this matter of what should be taken today. The several charges listed in this letter are very serious and should not be ignored. And with this repeated history of Principal Powers failing to follow up and respond to these reports, I do not think it's safe that he remains principal as the investigation is pending. And if you vote no, I'd like to know what will be done to address these past incidents, what will be done moving forward, hold Principal Powers more accountable, and what will be done to make sure that anytime a student or faculty comes forward to report sexual allegations, discrimination, racism, and harassment, that they are heard and they receive the help that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Sochi. Fonda Berman.
Hi, I actually had a comment that did not have to do with the vote today, and I will need more than 2 minutes to speak. So if I'm going to be held to 2 minutes, I would like to move my comment to the meeting next month.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. That would be great, if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
Yep, thanks.
Okay. Sarah Kaiser.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kaiser. I am the parent of a current senior at Jones. She is a member of Pride Club and is a gay student at Jones and has been wholeheartedly supported by administration and by the teachers at the school. Asking pronouns, asking preferred name, things like that. So I know one of the points in the letter was about the trans community not feeling supported the LGBTQ community not feeling supported. And I, as a parent of a student in that group, can testify that that has not been the case for her. I just want to address the fact that how this was brought about. I know that other parents have said it too. I agree with Jackie that the letter that was sent by the LSC last year on behalf of the Jones community that we didn't feel safe going back in person was a huge overstep. I brought it to Dr. Powers' attention. He was unaware that the letter was sent. There was no community input with that, which I find to be very disturbing. And then how this all was handled also was very disturbing. The fact that you had 3 members of your LSC sign this letter. The student members of the LSC had no idea about this letter being sent out. And when you didn't get the response you wanted from CPS, you put it towards the media. And I just think the community was completely blindsided by this. And I just don't think that this is how this should have gone about. And I completely disagree with how these 3 LSC members have used their power. There might be issues that need to be addressed, but this is not the way to do it.
Thank you, Sarah. I do believe that Dr. Powers voted yes on that letter last year. Thank you, though. David Franklin?
No, actually, he didn't.
I will pull up the minutes.
I am the chair. Do not speak out of turn. I don't even know who that was. We will kick you out. Sorry, you'll have to be removed if you're just going to unmute and talk. Do not do that. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to David Franklin. Go ahead, David. Sorry that your start was interrupted like that.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. As a Jones parent and as an attorney, I'm very concerned about the process by which some members of the LSC are pursuing the dismissal of Dr. Powers. While some of the allegations in the February 18th letter do raise potentially serious issues, Dr. Powers hasn't had a chance to respond, and CPS has confirmed that an investigation is ongoing. The student members of the LSC have told us that they were not consulted on or even notified about the decision to press forward with dismissal. I want to especially commend those student members for their courage and for the maturity with which they've brought these procedural concerns to the attention of the community. And it's my strong view that given these very significant procedural deficiencies, it would be very damaging to our school and our school community. In particular, it would make it much more difficult to recruit an outstanding principal and administrative team in the future if the LSC were to move forward with a vote on dismissal, regardless of the outcome of that vote. So the only prudent course, in my view, is to table the vote and to allow the CPS investigation to run its course. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And next we have Giselle Jackson.
Hi, sorry, I had trouble unmuting. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just picking up my baseball son from Jones, so excuse me, I'm in the car. But I wanted to begin with talking about violating your own bylaws. When you change the timing, you're giving people 2 minutes today, but your bylaws states 3 minutes. You should have made an amendment to your bylaws in situations like this. I wanted to really start by saying that I've been following Jones commercials since 1998 when I was accepted as a student. I also have grown up in Chicago public schools. So I wanted to start with this. Equity is not a Band-Aid. The word equity has been used several times throughout these conversations. And I feel like we are taking away from the fact that inequity in Chicago has been the thing since forever ago. And these issues really need to be addressed, starting with our school district, not individual principals. Even looking at the cut scores needed to get into schools, like I have one at Whitney Young, I have a senior at Jones, that begins the inequity when many Black and brown students are not even accepted to schools like Jones. So I kind of wanted to start there. I also wanted to just address some of the issues that I've been hearing, it sounds like there does need to be a thorough implicit bias training for the school. This could really support issues of inequity. This could really support really understanding students' concerns, especially those students of color, those students with disabilities, etc. I'm not sure if the principal removal will resolve any of these equity issues you may have. Equity is a word that continues to be used, as I said before. As a fellow parent, I also sit on an LSC, and I want to first say that our chair would never tell somebody, I'm the chair, I'll remove you. That is unprofessional. It doesn't speak to parents. As an educated Black teacher of Chicago Public Schools, I'm offended that you're speaking to people that way. I want to also say that my son feels included. He doesn't feel like he has issues as a Black child at Jones. And I also wanted to say that I believe it is in the interest of students and the decisions to terminate a school leader be made with their voice as part of the conversation. Those students who spoke earlier today,
okay? Thank you.
I should be given the same amount of time that others were given. It's been picking and choosing. You get extra time, you don't get extra time.
We're letting teachers have more time because very few teachers are speaking tonight. We have
I am a teacher. I'm a Chicago public school teacher, and I'm also a parent.
We are going to
I think that I have just
control of this meeting.
I have just
not
30
okay.
seconds
Roy,
left to finish my
please
conversation.
remove
Can I
her.
do that?
I'm very sorry. This is not okay. Thank you. We cannot have outbursts like that. Okay, that's just not how we're running this meeting. I'm sorry that it stresses everyone, but this will deteriorate very quickly if we do not actually have the chair controlling when people speak. Linda Bowie.
Hi, good evening. My husband and I have prepared a written statement. Jones College Prep Local School Council, as the parents of 2 current Jones students, we value the work of Dr. Powers and the oversight of the LSC on our behalf. After reviewing the February 18th written charges letter from LSC members Cresswell, Ma, and Manna Hoppenworth, we cannot support the presentation of charges to CEO Martinez or the dismissal of Dr. Powers. In the 11 pages, the document fails to present any actionable claim against Dr. Powers. The changes are a series of unilateral complaints about purported incidents and procedural lapses at Jones, but they fail to explain how Powers is personally negligent in his handling of any of them, or how his conduct is irremediable. Rather than being the foundation for considered deliberation about an extremely consequential personnel decision, the intent of the charges seems to throw out every conceivable accusation ad hominem and see what sticks. The only thing that is clear from the text is that some members of the LSC do not like Dr. Powers, but they have not made the case to the community they represent for his removal. As a simple matter of equity and good governance, we ask the LSC to cease its efforts to remove Dr. Powers and begin a constructive dialogue with Dr. Powers and the school community about how we can address and improve legitimate school issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, Natasha Erskine. And then I have Aaron Taylor on the next list next, but actually Aaron Taylor, Lainey Weinstein, and Eric Marcus will be whenever parent vacancies are discussed. Natasha, are you there?
Good afternoon.
Thanks.
Good evening. Can you hear my voice?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. My name is Natasha. I'm a member of the community. I've had several friends who have students enrolled or previously enrolled at Jones. And as a neighbor, I, really joined this space in lifting up one, that not being a direct, I would say, stakeholder of the school, but external, it just doesn't. I'm concerned about the lack of energy on this call for those who have been directly impacted in ways that can really be life altering, impacting their mental health. And I really do implore, I won't speak to, the internal decisions that the LSC owns legally, backed by the Illinois law. But I will say that I hope that the parents who have spoken about their individual students and their family experience will, as the young folks say, have that same energy for those that are desiring the same. The statements of students that has been made public for years now, well beyond 2020, and for the parents who did not feel supported in coming here to speak tonight, I really want to lift up that the accusations that has, really come before this LSC should not and cannot be ignored. And I am really worried about the appearance of a lack of concern around that. So I do employ the parents of Jones to be curious and ask questions and lean in around the process of what's not happening in the school community. Thanks for providing the opportunity to speak. I wish you all luck. Be well.
Thank you, Natasha. Jasmine?
Hello, I'm here. Good evening, everybody. My name is Jasmine Gowdy. I attended Jones from 2010 until 2014. I actually met my husband there, so that's a pro. But I wanted to speak about my experience and the discrimination that I face every single day. I was a part of the theater program for 3 years, and my final strike was when Mr. Lyons walked to the theater, like near the theater, when I was sitting with other Black and brown students, and he said, "Oh, look at those hard NR babies." That was my last strike, and I wasn't able to participate in theater anymore. For years, he openly said the N-word, and it was passed off as it was quirky and cute because of it was a hands-off approach. It's not appropriate. And then my senior year, to like icing on the cake, I had Mr. Lyons as my AP Gov and Econ teacher, and he facilitated an environment where I was not only bullied by him, but the students that were his favorites. So it's a lot of, I'm sorry, I'm really upset. It's a lot of things that have been happening at Jones throughout the years that have been glossed over because it's a top performing school. What needs to be acknowledged is the experience of the students, because at the end of the day, the students are what matters. Not the figurehead of what this principal is, but what is best for the students. So I am so proud of all the students who have come forward to speak their truth, because it needs to be heard. And they should not be silenced just because of a shiny building and the reputation of a school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gowdy. Thank you for willing to speak about the harm that's been done to you at this school. Mariam Pero.
I think that they said they are not going to be able to stay on the call.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. Sophia Moore.
Hi, yes, that is me. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sophia Moore, and I'm a senior here at Jones. I do believe that Jones LSC is in the wrong. However, I am not pro Dr. Powers in any way. I do not think that the LSC understands that, in fact, Mr. Mitchell's is responsible for most of the student interactions with staff and faculty, and the problems at Jones run much deeper than Dr. Powers. His removal will most likely not solve the problems, but instead worsen them. It has been largely understated how largely Mr. Mitchell and our other former vice principal, Dr. Fay, play a role in student relations. For example, earlier this year, I reported a situation between me and a large number of female students and an abusive male student to a counselor. He reported this to Mr. Mitchell. Throughout a previous conversation with some of the other student females in the past, both vice principals made deeply misogynistic and troubling comments, including refusing to implement appropriate measures to protect the female students who came forward. After the counselor informed me of emailing Mr. Mitchell a second time to talk to me about the matter, there has still been no communication. This is unacceptable. Now, I'm not a student of color, but it is extremely frustrating to see the way my fellow Jones students' concerns are being brushed aside due to Jones' high standard and overall being better than it could be. I strongly believe that Dr. Powers and administration as a whole should be held accountable for their lack of ability to want to change and help the school. As well, I think it is important to mention that no student representatives were contacted about this letter until it was released to the media. This is extremely unprofessional and frankly against what the LSC stands for, so-called transparency. Now, if Dr. Powers is removed, this could greatly impact Jones's standing as a whole and deeply affect students' education in the future in a negative way, as we have seen with Lincoln Park with their intermittent principals. As a senior, I spent 4 years at this school experiencing both the good and the bad. While it seems entirely fair that Dr. Powers and Jones faculty and staff should be investigated, I do not think that it should be up to the LSC to decide to fire him until CPS is concluded with this investigation. I strongly urge the LSC to reread the letter that they submitted to the media and to CPS and accurately determine what can be placed on Dr. Powers versus other faculty. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. I think we're close to the end here. Yamali Rodas, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I have more time just because I feel like I might stutter? Or
Yeah, it's fine. And like Sophia went over, or probably because of the
Okay.
timers. Go ahead.
Hey everyone, my name is Yamali Rodas. I am a junior at Jones College Prep, and I am the current president of the Jones Coalition of co-president of the Jones Coalition of Immigrants. And I'm here speaking on behalf of my mom and the Latina population at Jones. So since my freshman year, I was a very ambitious freshman, and I've been always wanting to have an interpreter at school because of the language barrier that my mom and a bunch of Latina and other background of students in my school. And like this whole situation, my mom was like very confused. Like she got an email by Dr. Powers in English, and she was telling me like, what is this about? Because she understood some words, and I had to like translate this whole email for her, and it was a very long email. And this is like something that I have to do constantly for her all the time because administration don't want to have like they don't I guess find an adequate way to translate things. And when I read the letter saying that there was $25,000 for a interpreter and like the money just disappeared, I found that very frustrating because that could have been towards like 3 interpreters part-time at the most. And there's students of different backgrounds. There are like Jones claims it's diversity, like, oh yeah, we're a very diverse school, yet it doesn't do much to be an inclusive school because my mom, who only speaks Spanish, has to get the information from me, her 16-year-old daughter. And not to mention that I am undocumented. I came to this country when I was 5 years old, and I have to be my mom's interpreter. I have to be here. I have to do all of these things on top of like having very limited resources. And Jones like ignores the undocumented population at Jones. And it's like the only people that I found support from is LSC. Like Casey, I remember, had reached out to me last year when I talked about sexual assault that happened with me, and she was always there like asking me if I needed anything. And I'm like so scared to I have interactions with Dr. Powers, but I'm so scared because I don't know, he kind of like doesn't really go on and like go to our clubs or like, ask us anything about what we're doing or encourage us or anything like that. And I'm also a board member of ALAS, the Association of Latin American Students. And I feel like there's so much pressure in me. And I'm queer, undocumented, and Latina. And it feels like I have to fight for resources, even though like the school should already give it to. And sorry.
Thank you, Yamali. I think that is the end of signed up people. Is Rosa Bell here? that? I don't think so. Okay.
Ms. Cresswell, that's not the end of signed up
Oh,
people.
sorry. Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Daniel also put in the chat, I'd like to allow him to speak before me in order to ensure that his voice is heard as well.
Daniel's an LSC member. We're going to hear his voice. Okay. Go
I
ahead and do your
understand, but he asked in the chat just a second ago if he could speak.
You want to go first, Daniel? Yes, go ahead.
Should I go first? All right. Thank you, Zoe. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I just wanted to be here as a student of color at Jones as well, and one of the student reps. I just really wanted to echo the student voices that we've heard here today. I know in the chat, a lot of them are being suppressed or talked over, and I just don't really appreciate that. Just because I know, like, if it doesn't agree with them, then they're like, oh, that those students' voice don't matter. But I think a lot of parents here are wearing like rose-colored glasses and saying, you know, Jones is not perfect, but it's a great place. It's a great place for who? I really enjoy Jones. I got into college here at Jones. I love this school, but there are systemic changes that need to be made to uplift students of color, which I just don't see. And student testimonies from today have shown that, you know, students of color are not really being supported. And yeah, even today when we're bringing up the letter, which I also have issues with just because it was a little blindsided, I mentioned in the CBS article, but I understand it had to be less than 3 people because of LSC procedures. But even then with that letter, there are a lot of facts there that are being overlooked. A lot of parents are focusing on the apartment and the address when overlooking the student abuses that are being ignored. And they're praising the school, saying our reputation is great. But our reputation is great because we are ignoring a lot of the abuses that are occurring at our school. And so I just wanted to highlight that. And again, praise the students that are coming out here and speaking. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Council members, if you wanted to do a 2-minute thing now, that's fine. But really, I was expecting people to do statements before or after at some later point. So don't stress if you don't want to do it at this point. And then I think finally, Zoe, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to reiterate what Daniel just said and thank all of the students who chose to come on here and speak about their experiences at Jones. I would also like to request that I get more than the 2-minute allotted time, given the lack of student representation in this meeting, and given that we are the largest stakeholders in this school. My name is Zoe Weinstein. I'm making this statement on behalf of myself and Lizzie O'Brien. I would like to preface this statement represents our own views and not that of any student organization we are a part of. However, our opinions have been directly influenced by our work on student government, serving as a voice for students. We acknowledge the privilege we have and understand our experiences with administration are different from others. There absolutely are serious issues with Jones, but this LSC is not exempt. The moral superiority this LSC claims is not warranted nor supported by their actions. Our statement is first and foremost about students. Students are at the heart of the Jones community and bring parents, staff, and teachers together. Our voices should be heard first. Without students, none of this would exist. I believe in transparency, but contacting news media before student leaders isn't transparency. It is weaponizing public opinion in pursuit of personal goals. I have no faith this council will truly consider student input. The letter posted by Sarah Ma prior to this meeting as good as said that the input of speakers would not change decisions made by this council. That is not democracy. Over the previous year, we've experienced a unique level of conflict with members of the LSC that is unprecedented in the 4 years we've served as student government representatives. The stated primary purpose of the LSC is to prioritize students. Members of this LSC have repeatedly criticized and shamed student leaders. As I present this statement, I am deeply concerned about the backlash I may face from members of this council. At the beginning of the year, student government was responsible for planning and coordinating a homecoming dance. During this time, confidential information about ticket sales were shared with myself, Lizzie, and Ms. Cresswell. We were all asked to keep that information private until it had been officially announced to avoid confusion. Ms. Cresswell chose to instead immediately make that information public, causing significant confusion and adding additional burden to myself and student leaders. I would also like to remind you all that it is your responsibility as LSC members to take the considerations of students seriously and respectfully listen to our opinions, which this council is not doing at present. She went on to disparage our actions and abilities as leaders under the guise of criticizing administration. This wasn't the last time parent members of this council have unfairly demeaned student government in a public setting. This week, student government posted a neutral statement approved by all members informing students of the current controversy. Deborah Land, a parent member, posted in the public Facebook saying, quote, "They need to make informed comments, and it appears from their Instagram posts they have not seen all of the information," end quote, implying that student leaders were uninformed and did not do our due diligence in regards to our statements, which is both incorrect and disrespectful to student leaders. This council is failing at its stated purpose. I acknowledge the need for change at Jones, but this LSC is only furthering the divide. I'm hopeful that the upcoming LSC elections will remind us all of the reason why we are here. That reason is to support every student here at this school. When this LSC ran on values of equity and unity, I was excited to see what had happened. But instead, they chose to weaponize their power and ignore the opinions of students who should be prioritized above all else. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. I think that concludes our public comment. And so please go ahead and leave the meet if you were here for public comment. Makes managing things a lot easier, and we will move on to the rest of the agenda. Okay, so our next item is approvals, and
we need to approve the agenda.
Oh, because like that, I think there's been comments that the agenda change vote actually did not pass, so we have to go back to the original agenda.
Right. So let me find the minutes.
Everyone understand what happened there?
Right. Okay.
Yes, William.
Sorry, can someone clarify for me what happens if a vote to approve the agenda does not pass?
That motion just doesn't fail, so we have to, or that motion failed to move it around, so we have to vote on a different one.
Okay, so making note of that. So now I make a motion to approve the agenda.
A point of clarification.
Yes.
We're voting to approve the agenda as originally presented, not as amended because the amendment failed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank
you. Thanks for clarifying. So I make a motion to approve the original agenda.
I'll second that.
Roll call. Andrade,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Serna Prado,
Yes.
Clancy,
No.
no. Cresswell,
Yes.
Hilbrands,
Abstain.
Kerr.
No.
Okay, Land.
Yes.
Manal Hoppenworth.
Yes.
Ma, yes. Martin Sek.
Yes.
Menjivar.
Yes.
Powers.
No.
No. Okay, and Zen.
Yes.
Okay, so now this looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 yays, 1 abstain, and 3 noes. Okay. Go ahead, Cassie.
Okay. Thanks, Sarah. We will go to new business approvals. And Sarah, do you want to take that item?
Sure, we have one approval using OST funds to buy a new drum kit or drums. It doesn't say drum kit, just drums, using OST money for the after school program for $3,404.97. Yeah, and that was our only one. Any questions? Nope. Okay.
Do you want to make the motion? then?
Yes, I will. Let me stop sharing. All right, I make a motion to approve the check request for $3,404.97 to purchase drums for the music department after school program. Do I have a second?
Roberto.
Bowman.
Sorry, Bowman.
Uh,
Sorry, Kimberly.
roll call Andrade.
Yay.
Bowman.
Yay.
Senator Prado.
Yay.
Clancy.
Yay.
Cresswell.
Yay.
Hillbrands.
Yay.
Kerr.
Yay.
Land.
Yes.
Manal Hoppenworth.
Yes.
Ma, yay. Martinsek.
Yes.
Menjivar.
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Zen.
Yes.
Check request approved. 14 out of 14. We'll send it over to, and actually that looks a little different than what you're used to seeing because check requests are for internal accounts and this is coming out of OST funds, which are not the same. So Mr. Bernie has, that's why that one looks different.
Thanks, Sarah. I think it includes 5A. The next is 5B. Does anyone have any discussion before, basically based on making a motion to go into closed session?
Wait, we still have budget
Fundraisers?
transfers are fine. There's no fundraisers, but there is a rental contract that Troy can talk about.
Yeah, so we have a group that's going to be returning. CPS is allowing student groups to rent facilities. And this is a group that does soccer, and they're requesting for more than 10 usages of the Jones NTA field. And per our the LSC agreements to approve those, this is coming to the council for approval.
Right, so I shared that all with the council members, and then also Troy redacted some things and we put that in the public folder. That's for revenue of $4,555.13 for 18 usage dates, and they also made a down payment.
Can I just put for the parts that are redacted, those are credit card information and personal information of the renter, so that's why they were removed.
Thank you for that clarification. So if are there any questions? And the dates are in there, so you can see like it's not conflicting, and Troy manages that schedule. So I make a motion to approve the rental request.
A second.
Hilbert, second. Roll call Andrade.
Yay.
Bowman.
Yay.
Serna Prado.
Yay.
Clancy.
Yay.
Cresswell.
Oops, yay.
Hillbrands.
Yay.
Kerr.
Yay.
Land.
Yes.
Manal Hoppenworth.
Yes.
Ma, yes. Martinsek.
Yes.
Menjivar.
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Zen.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Troy. I don't know how it looks in Facilitron, if we have to sign anything or if it's just kind of not even part of the process. Let us know.
There isn't a spot, but I will make a comment or note in the comments of Facilitron that it was approved by the LSC.
Okay. Thanks, Troy and Sarah. Roberto?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment before we move on to the next item, if I may.
Yes, just a second. Mr. Bernie has a comment about the OST funds.
Right. So, and he could make the comment too. He's much, if Mr. Bernie, do you want to, or if you're not available, but and I don't have to pull it up right now. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Bernie.
Sorry, and thank you. We are looking to use some of the remaining OST funds to fund the overtime activities for some of our ESP employees. We have allocated, and with the LSC approval, teacher usage for those buckets, but we don't have a bucket for the ESPs at all. So we are asking, the money is already in place. There's no movement of funds. We just want to open the bucket. So that's why we didn't have paperwork for it or anything, because it's not really a budget transfer. But what we didn't want is to have $20,000, $25,000 missing. And I won't say missing, but not on the report next month for the financials, and not have this presented to you today. This will also allow us to have more autonomy with the funding that we're currently using to fund the after-school activities for the ESP personnel. Hope that explained it.
Yeah, Daniel was saying, can you clarify what ESPs are?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see the comment. So we have the educational support personnel. That's what that acronym stands for. Myself, Troy, anyone who's not a teacher is considered educational support professional. I'm sorry, I thought it was personnel. Thank you, Ms. Torres.
Thanks, Mr. Burney. And that may conclude that section. Roberta, what's the topic of your comment?
I'd just like to make a comment regarding the public comments and specifically addressing the students who have spoke up today, if I may.
And I'll add one thing before we do that, just to explain the original motion to change the agenda. The votes on that, we had 6 yeses, and there are 13 members here, so you need 7 to pass, and it only had 6. Okay, go ahead, Roberta.
Thank you. To the Jones School community, to our teachers, staff, administrative leadership team, and to the students. I have attempted to listen to your concerns and to advocate and amplify your voices. And if in some way I have failed in some way, I'm sorry. And I absolutely and truly appreciate your involvement, your participation, your engagement. And to our student representatives, to our 3 elected student representatives, to our former elected student representative, Dania Boyd, and to the student representative that's on the equity committee, Debbie. I value your input, I value your engagement, and I have attempted to do my best to make sure that you're included in the decisions or in the discussions that we have either on this LSC or in the equity committee. I have attempted to use the CPS equity framework as my guiding light. And that is really what defines, it really is what drives me and defines equity as championing the individual cultures, identities, and talents and abilities, language, and interests of each student by ensuring they receive the opportunities and resources that they meet, that meet their unique needs and aspirations. So when the Black Student Coalition issued their open letter, I thought it was important to share space with them. When the students talked about the struggles and the burden and the responsibilities for translating documents in their own home, in their household, I try to do the work, to make the effort to support you. When we talk about the dress code and how that has been used or hasn't been used, or it has been that has impacted students, I have attempted to bring that back to the equity committee to address those things in a thoughtful way. And I am doing my best as an LSC parent representative, as a parent, and as a human being to uplift the student voices, uplift the voices that are on the margins, that are walking in the shadows, who feel that their voices are not being heard. And so when we stand in a room where every individual has a say or stake in the way for the greater good, you know, we should first ask ourselves, do we all define equity and cultural responsiveness the same way? Sure, the administrative leadership has done a great job in the past, and we have the accolades, but that doesn't justify the present issues or the historical issues that have been lingering far too long in this school community. We put educators under a microscope for wanting to strike for class sizes, for masks, for equal access of education. But at times when administrative, in my view, they are not putting their best foot forward, as one of our student representatives have said in the past, and violates the terms of his roles and responsibilities, do we look the other way? How many times are we going to look the other way? Will you be looking the other way or his way if something happened to your child? You know, we as LSC members are a council. My role is to guide the school in the right direction and support and improve this school, even if it means it might ruffle a few feathers to reveal the truth. Because we owe that much to our children, the staff, the school. If we don't teach these students what it means to stand up to leaders and adults, and even elected representatives that serve on this school council and advocate for justice, then we shouldn't have a seat at the table. And I know that I'm passionate about helping students because I was one of those students who has scrapped his way. So I'm sorry if I have in some way, in some small way or large way or greater way, have failed you. And I hope that my intentions have been good and I have tried to do the best that I could. So thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. If anyone else has a statement they want to give now, that's okay. That's both, you know, if you're like, yes, I want to reflect on public comment briefly. If you have a longer statement and it's more relevant to other stuff on the agenda, you should save it for that. Alexandra?
I just had a question I wanted to ask before our closed session that I thought would benefit.
If it's more like procedurally thing, we're going to go into that. Right.
I'm not sure if it's a procedural question. I think it's more of just a general question about the letter itself. So I don't know if now would be the time to ask.
I'm going to do a couple slides on like the Open Meetings Act and the letter, and then you ask a question then, and Kashasha Ford Williams or Williams Ford has comments to clarify that as well. So Sarah, can you share the slides that I have in the folder? Yes, and then if your question isn't answered, then Alexandra will cover it. So there's been a lot of questions about 3 members sending a letter. Why would only 3 members take some action? Isn't this some sort of illegal action of the LSC? So I wanted to explain what a quorum is for high school LSCs. And so if you want to go to the next slide, Sarah, under the Open Meetings Act, the quorum for a high school LSC is 8. We have 15 members, and the majority of a quorum is 5. We don't actually have 15 members right now, but it varies whether on particular votes, whether your full number matters or your filled member matters. So the majority of a quorum is 5. When you have 5 or more members of the LSC doing something that is doing, if it's LSC business, then that is a meeting. A letter from 3 members of LSC is simply a letter from 3 members. It's not a letter from the LSC. It doesn't fall under the requirements of the Open Meetings Act, and 3 members can act together and do something, and that is not it's not problematic. So that's the explanation of that. Alexandra, do you want to go with your question?
Yes, sorry. I was wondering, just from reading some of the statements in the letter that had to do with personal student issues, I was wondering if prior to sharing this letter with the general Jones public, you asked the consent of the students involved.
We redacted what we thought was appropriate to redact, and things that are not redacted are public information to the full extent of our knowledge. If things have been retrieved via FOIA, that's also not public. That is public information. Basically,
You didn't really answer my question. Sorry.
If we have shared stuff that is either with consent or if someone consented to it sharing, then it's not confidential. So if there is something, certainly people should bring to us if they think that we have wrongly shared confidential information there without the permission of the people who provided it.
Sorry, I do think.
No. William, go ahead.
Alex is back. I'd like Alex to go first.
Sorry, I do think there is a difference between someone privately sharing a concern with administration and then it being brought through a case and sharing information with the wider general public of a school. And I don't believe that these students who were involved, even if it's redacted, I don't believe that they gave permission for this to be shared with the wider general Jones public. And if they did and you know that they did, then I would love to hear that. But I just think that's valuable information for me to know personally.
I think we'll need to discuss this in closed session because otherwise it doesn't really make sense to point out more stuff that you feel is private. So we'll hold on to that for that. William?
Yeah, I did just want to raise an issue I have with the way that this letter was sent. It is not in the fact that it was sent by 3 members. Yeah, I am aware, as you pointed out in this, that that's not a quorum, and I really thank you so much for pointing it out. I do, however, have a problem with the fact that you signed this letter as members of the LSC. Article 4, Section B of the LSC Bylaws says that you're not allowed to use the name of the LSC for something the LSC has not debated. And the LSC didn't debate this. And I do think that this qualifies as using the name of the LSC. Any individual or parent or member who is impacted by CPS is entitled to send them a letter as a member, as a parent, as a student. But you didn't send a letter as parents, you sent a letter as members of the local school council. And I think that's a problem. And I you know, this is very frustrating to me because as a student who is a member of this council and no less of a member of the council than anyone else in this meeting, I felt really blindsided by this letter. And it's further frustrating to me to think that this is sort of being implied that it's by the LSC when it isn't, and that therefore the names of the students and the other members of this council are on that letter who weren't consulted. And I actually, before anyone says, you know, I don't think it is by the LSC, I would point out there was a CBS article that ran at 7:40 a.m. on March 4th that was titled, I'm pulling up the name right now, Jones College Prep Local School Council takes serious issue with Principal Joseph Power's record, says CPS is not heeding their concerns. So whether intentionally or unintentionally, this letter was interpreted as a representation of the local school council's position, arguably because you signed it as school council members. And I do think that this is an issue that is not being addressed. And I'm sorry that I'm speaking really passionately on this. I'm trying to moderate my tone. I am very frustrated by the situation. I'm so sorry if I'm coming across as like too forward or aggressive, but this is something I feel really passionately about. I do think it's an issue that students were consulted, and I think it's an issue that the name of the LSC was potentially used in violation of the bylaws. Sorry, thank you. I'd really love to hear your response.
Thanks. I think I'll call on Rachel first, and then I'm happy to respond.
Hi, thank you for your comment, Will.
I want to respectfully disagree with you. I do think that this local school council has debated all of these topics that are outlined in the letter. I've been at 15, if not 16 meetings, and they are long, but we have discussed all of these. Also, the chair has asked for the information related to these, what was in the letter, very publicly multiple times. And regardless of if you agree with that approach or not, it was public and there was the ability to comment on it then. So I'm not sure. I would like to actually read the line that you're talking about in regards to using the LSC's name. But I also because I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. If we could have guidance from Ms. Ford on that, that would actually, I would appreciate that.
Go ahead, Roberto.
Yeah, so I want to echo what William what William's statement. You know, we have and acknowledge Rachel's statement. We have discussed at length a lot of the concerns that students have raised in the 18 months that I have been as a member of the LSE, and going back to 2019 when I first joined this community as just a parent attending the LSE meetings as a public participant. Students have been raising these concerns, and we have attempted, the previous LSE, this LSE has attempted to discuss this. I wish there was a better way of doing this, and there was a more productive way of raising these concerns and alarms and flags to the district, right? I think these need to be elevated to our district leaders to take action because students have been harmed and they continue to be harmed, in my view, on a daily basis. So the approach was off, and we could have taken a more assertive approach, maybe as a whole body, right, to raise this and ask the district, the Office of Student Protection, the legal department, CEO Pedro Martinez, to truly look into these problems and concerns that students have raised.
I'll respond to both of those. William, I understand not all council members were told that we were sending this letter. This is not discussed as LSC business. And, you know, as LSC members, you can discuss stuff with individual LSC members, and that's not LSC business. As an LSC member, you can certainly sign a statement and say that you are an LSC member. That's not a violation, I believe, of our bylaws. You're entitled to your opinion on that. But there's been many public letters over the years where individual LSC members sign on as individual LSC members. And that's actually a pretty standard happening in advocacy in Chicago public schools. Also, you know, CBS's headlines are not written by the people they interview. So if that gives a false impression that the LSC did something, that is a problem, but it's not something that I feel personally responsible for. So I think
sorry,
let's wrap this up in like 3 to 5 minutes. Deborah and William will hear from you. Then I think we'll just take a 5-minute break.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your response. So I'm just going to read the really quick section of the bylaws. Article 4, Section B, the name of the LSC shall not be used in any manner to suggest LSC approval or endorsement except in those instances where the LSC has considered a matter over which they have been granted authority to act and affirmatively approved by a majority vote of its membership. Nothing in this article shall prohibit an LSC member from giving his or her independent endorsement. So I totally see your point. Obviously, you're entitled to give your independent endorsement, but first of all, I don't know that this was an independent endorsement. It's 3 members who wrote this letter together. And again, while I understand this letter was written by members who were not part of a quorum and, therefore were not conducting official LSC business, whether or not you intended it to represent the LSC to the public, it did represent the LSC to the public. And I think there's an important distinction. And sorry, I totally see your point that you are not responsible for the CBS headline. You did not write that headline personally. I totally understand that. But I would point out that the 3 students on this council did speak to CBS, and the headline there is different. It says the Jones LSC students, which makes clear that we are students and not the LSC on the whole. And I feel that there has been a lack of following procedure in sending this letter. And I want to raise that as an issue, because I think that if the members of this council don't have faith in following the procedures of this council and obeying the bylaws, then how can we expect to apply them to other people and ask people to come in here and follow our guidelines? And I am not trying to, indict you in something. Sorry, that came out like not the way I want to say that. I'm not trying to imply you have officially done something wrong, but I do want to raise issues with this and say that I think that this was done in a very, I'm going to use the word uncool in the official meeting, sorry. I think it was done in a very uncool way, and not in a way which is with respect to our bylaws, which is sort of subverting the expectations we are asking all of our members to, and visiting community members to subscribe to.
Thanks, Liam. Deborah?
So I just wanted to share some insight with William. I didn't see the letter either before it was sent, William. And I saw the letter after I understood that CBS had it. And the way the letter was signed, in my opinion, as an LSC member, is it was signed by individuals who happen to have a role on the LSC. And compared to other documents that I have seen from other LSCs where people sign something and send it off at looking as if the entire LSC had signed something, this letter did not trigger me in that regard. And there are procedural reasons why letters that are supposed to be representing the entire LSC must be discussed in open meetings and must be voted on, and there's a level of complexity there. And because of the content of this letter, and you're a relatively recent addition to our LSC, and you bring such a thoroughness of thought that I really admire. You and Alex are both great additions to having Daniel on our team. We have the most amazing student reps. But there were meetings where we talked about all the content of this letter. And so none of it was surprising or unusual or new to any of the LSC members who'd been on for longer. And in hindsight, I think it would have been cooler to pull you guys aside and say, hey, we're giving you a heads up, this is happening, and this is why we chose to do it this way, and we're not representing the whole group, so that you wouldn't be surprised. Because I think that's the real objective, the real objection here, is that you were surprised. And that's the part that I think is less cool and less fair. But as to the content of the letter, there was nothing that this group as a body hadn't discussed in public multiple times. So content was not an issue for me. I didn't see the draft before it went, and they were speaking as individuals as opposed to representing the whole LSC. And the way they wrote that was clear to me.
Thanks, Deborah. Let's try to wrap this up. Alexandra, do you have a quick,
Yeah, I would just like to, raise the phrase impact matters more than intent, which I know is something I assume you are all familiar with. The impact this letter had did not display the same impact as if people interpreted it, like the general public interpreted it as few writing it. It was interpreted, at least from my perspective, based on people coming up to me, asking why I wrote this, asking why I was a part of it, why I didn't talk to students. People assumed that we all wrote it. And I know you care about student voice and student safety. I don't believe that it's fair to put us at jeopardy in that way, where people think we wrote something they don't agree with. And when we didn't, our student safety was jeopardized by this decision being made without us being informed, and I do not think that's fair.
Thank you, Alexandra. Dr. Powers?
Just a point of clarification, my residency has never been brought up, to my knowledge, in a previous LSC meeting, public or otherwise.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. And now let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and discuss going into closed session. And Ms. Williams-Ford, can you stay for that? Or do you want to just say your...
So, yeah, so I guess my question, you're the chair, so I want to make sure I'm following your rules. Should I wait till after break or just to give some information about process and clarify? And one of the student members asked a question of me that I wanted to address. So I wanted to make sure I had the opportunity to do that.
If you don't mind staying for 5 minutes, and we'll do that right
now. Take the break and then come back?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, yeah, you're okay, great. We'll do 5 then. Thanks, everybody. Back at 8:41. Okay, who do we have back here?
Do we need to do a clean out for public speakers whose speaking is done?
Yeah, that would be great. So if you were here for public comment, go ahead and exit. That would be very helpful. So I can call us back to order then, and Sarah will do the roll.
Present, but you're muffled and small.
Is that better? Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you. Bowman.
Here.
Clancy.
Present.
Cresswell.
Here.
Hildebrands.
Here.
Kerr.
Here.
Land.
Here.
Na Hoppenworth.
Here.
Ma here. Martinsek.
Here.
Penjavar. Roberto.
I'm present.
Powers.
Here.
Zen.
Here.
Okay.
I'm also here, Sarah. It's Violet.
Sorry, this is a copy and paste error. Thank you.
Alexandra?
Sorry, I have a point of question. I was just double checking the rules to make sure that we did follow procedure with the changing of the agenda vote. And I double checked, and based on like the rules as they are stated, our original count would be 13, requiring a vote of 7 yeas to get the affirmative. But when we have abstentions, it lowers the count. So it changed our percent, like another percentage. It changed our number from 13 to 11, requiring our amount of yeas to be 6 instead of 7, and we got 6 yeas. So based on my point of question, I do believe that we got enough yeas for change of the agenda.
Ms. Williams-Ford, do you want to do that?
Sure. So an abstention is no vote at all. It doesn't lower an affirmative vote. It doesn't increase a no vote. So you had 6 yes votes. You needed, how many members are there? There are 14 seated. 14 seated. So you needed 8 yes votes to do the approval of the amendment of that agenda. And so that motion failed to rearrange the items on the agenda. So an abstention is like you didn't make a choice. You didn't pick a side. You're like Switzerland or Sweden, whatever that country is. So.
Thanks. So we will go on now to have a little explanation of 105 ILCS 53485. Sarah can share that. And
Chair, before you get to that, can I just address the student's question? Because I didn't want it to get too far away, and I want to acknowledge and respond in as much as that request was made and give voice to making sure we answer the question. So the question related to the specific bylaw section regarding using the name of the LSC in a manner to suggest LSC approval or endorsement, except in those cases where the LSC has considered a matter over which they've been granted authority to act and are formally approved. So related to the letter, as stated before, there were 3 members that forwarded this letter to the CEO. for charges and removal. In that instance, I just need to make sure that we're all clear that three individual members of an LSC do not have the authority to forward charges and request that the CEO remove a principal. So as it relates to and I just want to make sure I answer the question, as it relates to this letter, the way that it is written, asking for charges and removal, it gives the impression that this was sent on the behalf of the LSC. That's what it looks like. And it's in the way that it was drafted, right? That may not have been the intent, but that's what it reads as. Individual members do not have the authority to ask for charges be forwarded and removal. Now, if they wanted to do the letter differently, I don't know the intent, but I just wanted to make sure I gave voice to that question that was asked. So in this meeting, there is the request that this be put before the council for a vote for forwarding and requesting removal and approving these charges. So this is what this is. That's what's happening now. So just to explain process, I don't want to take your thunder, Chair Cresswell. But for the approval of charges and the forwarding this request to the CEO for removal, there would need to be 7 affirmative votes, 7 votes. The school code says you need 7 votes. Then the CEO has 45 days to respond to that request. And the CEO can approve the charges and do the removal, or he can reject that and give a reason for not approving the charges. So the thing that I want to clarify is that the decision of removal is in the hands of the CEO. The LSC does not make that decision. And in the public comment, there was there's a misunderstanding that the LSC itself has the power to vote out this principle tonight. And so I just wanted to make it very clear that the LSC, if it approves, can forward charges for the CEO to consider. The CEO can approve or reject and then make a decision. Okay, so that's just what I wanted to clarify. And then the other piece is that these student members are amazing. They ask good questions, and I'm a lawyer. I'm like, okay, I need to sponsor some of you guys for law school. Anyhow, thank you. And that's all I have. Thank you for Chair for allowing me that opportunity to clarify. I appreciate you, Chair Cresswell.
Thanks so much. That is exactly what we needed to have explained anyway. So I'm happy someone else can talk. And yeah, so we have a little clip here on a slide. If Sarah wants to share that, just to show that's what Ms. Williams-Ford was just explaining. And this set of slides is in the folder. And if you click on that link, you can see this in the school code. And yeah, so this is just explaining it was just covered. To initiate dismissal proceedings, the CEO or the general superintendent has to approve written charges. And in the case of a school with a local school council, the local school council may direct the CEO to do that. But then it's up to the CEO. They have 45 days. And so there's the details on that. Do we have any more questions on that part?
Mr. Mitchell, I had a question in the chat.
Yeah, sorry, the chat is, it's very difficult to find the chat and hear you guys. Okay, Mr. Mitchell's question was, understanding that you are all going into closed session, how will you communicate when we return? I think it would make sense to actually table reports. It's 10 to 9. That would, we have the reports in the drive. Thank you to everyone who has sent them in. They are available for both the public and also members to read and absorb. I think that would make sense to table the reports. Yes, for the public, the stream just goes to like a still slide, and then when we're back, we're back. Okay, so to go into closed session, that's also a motion. Roberto, go ahead.
Cassie, I think it would be important, and I don't know if you're going to do this, but I think it would be important to just briefly describe what it means to go in closed session and who is supposed to be there and who is not supposed to be there, and why that is important.
Thanks. Sorry, I had a slide on that too, actually. And Sarah, do you want to show that slide and then also go ahead and ask your comment?
I think if you could clarify the who, and then we did have a lot of questions or comments, emails asking us to do as much as we could in open. I don't know how much we could actually do in open. I don't know if that's appropriate, but I just think we should address it.
Yeah, so this is an explanation of closed sessions in the Open Meetings Act. So the whole intent of the Open Meetings Act is that public bodies should discuss and take action publicly in the open. So, for example, final and binding action cannot be taken in the closed session. So a actual vote on taking action, that has to happen in the open session. There are very specific exceptions to openness. That means some topics can be discussed in closed or executive sessions. One exception that is available for LSCs is to discuss evaluation of the principal, selection, retention, that is renewing a contract, and also directing the CEO to approve charges to dismiss. So those are all possible reasons that you can go into closed session. And so, even though the Open Meetings Act intent is for things to all be done as much as public as possible, that doesn't actually, supersede all obligations to protect private information. There's also the CPS ethics policy, which says that no official or employee shall use or disclose confidential information gained by reason of his or her position or employment. However, an official or employee may use or disclose confidential information as required by law to perform their official duties. So there is a balance between the CPS ethics policy and the Open Meetings Act. And so certainly it's important to do as much as possible in an open meeting. Just to clarify for both council members and the audience, yes. In this case on the agenda, if we go into closed session, that will be under the exception C1. And I think to address the need to go into closed session, we can come back out and share as much as we feel is reasonable in terms of documents that we have available to us to look at. We can sort through those and make as many of those as public as possible too. I think that can really only be decided if we first go into closed session, what is available to share. So yes, so to go into closed session, you have a motion, a second, and a vote, just like in previous times we've done this. And go ahead, William.
Oh, sorry, Deborah, do we want to, like Deborah said, should we answer Lainey's question first? Sorry.
So the question is, are you planning to vote to fill the vacant LSC role after the closed session? I expect this will go quite late, and it would make sense to table that as well. And I think it usually takes, you know, upwards of an hour to fill a vacancy. So
Yeah, so for Ms. Ford's referring to officer join the close, yes, I need to know, like, anyone who is not on the LSC or anyone who's being excluded so that I can make that part of the motion. So who is coming into this meeting?
So you mean, is Shivani still here? Yeah, so.
I mean, is Dr. Powers coming into this meeting? That's my question, sorry.
Dr. Powers.
I'm sorry, is that addressed to me?
Dr. Powers doesn't go into closed session because the matter is discussing him. So he
Okay,
does
thank
not.
you. I just wanted that clarification for the minutes and for the whole, for everyone, so.
Yep, no problem. That's why I'm here.
And in advance of the closed session, I would like to stipulate that the contents of the letter sent by the 3 members of the LSC are indeed the contents of the letter sent by the 3 members of the LSC. In other words, I'm not agreeing with any of it. I'm just stipulating that it is those contents. Since I'm going to be excluded from this particular discussion, which surprises me since this isn't about my evaluation or the continuation or renewal of my contract. But if that is indeed the case, then I will remove myself.
Dr. Powers, because it's about charges and your removal, you can't be a part of those discussions because it's about you. So, but I understand your point.
I know
is
that.
Well taken. Got it. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yep, no problem.
And I'll include that, Dr. Powers, exactly what you said just now in the minutes.
Oh, William asked to answer, like,
Yeah,
to ask
William has a
a
question.
earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, I would just like to, I mean, before we make the motion and move into closed session, I would just like to oppose that motion. I think, but just because I have read the contents of the confidential information and the letter, and much of it is redacted already. And so I think, I mean, unless there's new information that the members bringing those charges are planning to share with the other members of the LSC in that meeting, which I don't think they are, because I think my interpretation was that all that information was shared before this meeting. I don't think that we need to go into a closed session because I think that that information is already redacted. And I think the Jones community would benefit from being able to view these discussions and, you know, in the spirit of democracy, be able to form their own opinions. And so I would suggest perhaps, sorry, someone keeps texting me. I would suggest perhaps that we do not go into a closed session and instead discuss this to the full extent possible without disclosing any confidential information, again, with the caveat that most of that is already redacted.
Yes, Dr. Powers, you won't vote on this. Ms. Williams-Ford?
Am I recognized to answer? Okay. So thank you for the question. I understand that there is a need to have the transparency. So the motion to go into closed session is a motion to discuss the matter amongst the group. So you can get your questions answered. You can deliberate, discuss. And then what happens is you come out of closed session and vote as an LSC on whether you want to advance those charges or not. So the discussions have to remain confidential. And that's why you go into closed session. So it's needed. This is not a type of discussion that is done in open. It's done in closed, but the vote and the action that you take is done in the open session. Now, if you want to do a motion just to say, not going to closed session, that's something different, and your council members can vote it up or down. But the conversation has to be done in closed session about the issue. William?
Sorry, thank you. I understand.
Okay.
I didn't realize the conversation had to be done in closed session. My understanding was the conversation could be held in closed session potentially, and that was a choice the LSC could make.
Got it. No problem. That's why I'm here to clarify. And again, another good question. So thank you.
Thanks. Troy, I have a question about some of the people in the chat or in the meet here and who they are and why they're here. And I'm not sure who Miles Dalton is, who was just admitted. So I think it's like if you're not an administrator or part of another item, you probably should not be in here still. Yeah, we'll switch to a different meet for the closed session. So are we then ready to make that motion? Oh, sorry, Roberto, you did a one more comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to thank you, Ms. Williams, for being here and sharing space and just guiding us through this. Even if when we go into closed session, it's really to discuss, right, my understanding, personnel, confidential, sensitive matters. But it doesn't prevent when we come out of closed session for members to make their own statement without disclosing what was discussed in the closed session.
No.
Is that correct?
You're not coming back into open session and discussing what you discussed in closed session. The purpose of closed session is that information remains confidential. Any action that you take needs to be voted upon in open session, but you're not coming back doing a summary of what you talked about in closed session. Yep. And that's a common misunderstanding. So I'm glad you asked the question because that could have been disastrous if you hadn't asked a question. So thank you for being so intentional and thoughtful.
Deborah?
I'd like to make a motion that we table the parent vacancy till next month. I see concerns in the chat that
I second.
Because if we don't get it official, then people will worry that they've missed out on something, and that's not what we want to do.
I second. It's a weird spot to put this, but should I do a roll call?
Yes.
Raquel, can we do this vote and then did your question? Okay. Roll call vote. Andrade.
Yay.
Bowman.
Yay.
Serna Prado.
Yay.
Clancy.
Yay.
Cresswell.
Yay.
Hilbrands.
Abstain.
Kerr.
Yay.
Land.
Yes.
Manal Hoppenworth.
Yes.
Ma, yes. Merchant
Yes.
Menjivar.
Yes.
Powers.
Abstain.
Abstain. Zen.
Yes.
Okay, so that's tabled. That's officially tabled. Thank you. Raquel, sorry. I don't.
Yeah, thank you. Could I really quick before you go into closed session just give a volunteer? I need volunteers for this Friday. Could I just say that really quickly? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead and do that announcement.
Thank you. The Spanish Honor Society is having a dance this Friday, and if you're available to volunteer for part of 6 to 9, please reach out to me, raquel.don@frontofjones.org. Thank you. And thank you for the time.
Raquel.
Thank you.
Okay. And now I think would be the appropriate motion
Okay.
to make time to make a motion to go into closed session.
This is the motion. I make a motion to move to closed session. That includes members of the Jones Local School Council, and with a personnel exception, and includes the Office of Local School Council Relations.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Daniel?
Yeah, sorry. Ms. Ford, so just clarification again. Because approving the directing the CEO to approve charges or to dismiss them falls under an exception for the opens meeting that we kind of have to go into closed session, but we still have to vote to make it formal. Is that am I understanding that correctly?
So any discussion around forwarding these charges should be done in closed session. When you come out of closed session, you will vote in open session on whether you're going to forward those charges to the CEO for approval. So there's not going to be discussion about this in open session. The only thing you do related to this in open session is to vote whether you want to forward them or not. And you have to have 7 yes votes to forward the charges for the CEO's review and approval.
Okay, thank you. And then one more point of clarification. Per our bylaws, or is it the overall LSC like laws?
Illinois
Students,
schools.
yeah, the students are not able to vote as well, are they?
This is it's for contracts, and it's for contracts and the evaluation. So you can vote in this matter. But you're not voting in closed session. So I want to make it clear, but you have a vote as a council member on this particular matter to forward charges.
Ms. Williams-Ford, I believe that is incorrect because it's a personnel matter, and personnel matters, renewal of contract, any of those are not.
So it says specifically regarding contracts and evaluation. So we're sending charges for removal, which is.
Alexandra, why don't you go?
Over the past week, I've tried to examine the bylaws very carefully, and Ms. Cresswell, according to the bylaws as they are stated, the 2 things, as said by Ms. Ford, that are listed as things that we are prohibited from and not powers, do not contain bringing charges against a principal. Therefore, they fall under our privilege since they are not specifically stated.
So it says,
give me one second. Let me check the code, okay? Give me 1 second.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ford.
Okay, thank you for your patience. You are correct. I stand corrected. Students do not have a vote, but they can voice their opinions in the closed session, but they can't vote in open session. So please accept my apologies.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. But we can still vote to go into closed session, right?
Yes, you can still vote to go into closed session.
Thank you so much.
This is a personnel matter. I apologize. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So I have lost track, but I think Sarah made the motion.
Yeah, so I made the motion. It's been seconded by Ms. Land, and I'm ready to do roll call if the discussion is finished. Yes. Andrade?
Yes.
Bowman?
Yes.
Serna Prado?
Yes.
Clancy?
No.
Okay, no. Cresswell?
Yes.
Hillbrands?
No.
Okay, Kerr?
No.
Land?
Yes.
Mana Hoppenworth?
Yes.
Ma, yes. Martinsek?
Yes.
Menjivar?
Yes.
Zen?
Yes.
Does Powers vote for the going into closed? Ms. Ford?
He doesn't go in, but he can vote.
Okay, Powers?
No.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure okay, we have 10 yeses and 4 noes. So we can move to close. There's a separate link for that. Troy, just make sure you record it when we get in there. And you can close this meet. I will leave the meet on for the stream.
I can leave both of them running. They're running on 2 separate computers if that's.
Okay.
Right. I just want to make sure that our closed session is confidential and that that if you're running another computer that whatever we're discussing is not going to be transmitted to the YouTube. So I would rather have.
If it's muted, it should be fine.
That my computer is going to be muted. I have my mic off, my camera off. I have no intentions of sharing the closed session with this other meeting.
Yeah, and Troy, I want to apologize. That was not my intention. That's not what I intended. I just wanted to make sure we were maintaining that confidentiality.
Sure, I understand your concern. I don't think it's going to be an issue though.
Okay, see you guys on the flip side.
So I'll call us back to order and wait, is Sarah back?
Yeah, I'm here. My camera did was quick.
And
Give me
you wanna
a second.
Okay.
Okay. Turn 12:35. Okay. Roll call. Andrade.
Present.
Bowman.
Present.
Yes, Roberta. We are live streaming and recording. Serna Prado.
Present.
Clancy.
Present.
Cresswell.
Present.
Hillbrands.
Here.
Kerr.
Present.
Land.
Here.
Manal Hoppenworth.
Here.
Ma. Present. Martinsek.
Here.
Menjivar.
I am here.
Powers.
Here.
Zen.
Here.
14. We're back.
Thanks, Sarah. So we will move to item 5C. Sarah, do you want to read the motion? Or
Yes,
make the motion?
I will
Just want to make the motion.
I make a motion to direct the CEO to approve written charges against Principal Dr. P. Joseph Powers to initiate dismissal proceedings under 105 Illinois CS 5-34-85. We need a second.
I second.
Who was that Lenny? Okay. All right, I'm going to do a vote. I'm going to do both the teacher votes at the same time. Bowman and Martinsek.
We have a quick statement about our vote before we make it. We just want to be very transparent and clear that we have surveyed the staff and have taken all of their opinions and comments into our decision, and we are voting on behalf of the teacher voice, not in behalf of our individual beliefs or personal wants and desires. So we will be voting, and I will vote nay.
Martinsek?
I'm voting yes.
Voting yes. Serna Prado.
Make a quick statement about mine. So from the moment I took this seat, I stated that I would be taking this seat on behalf of the most marginalized groups within the Jones and Chicago community at large. I do know that a lot of these issues are very systemic, but they can also be perpetuated by school leaders. I hope to see one day school leadership that reflects accountability and embraces it, especially in moments of discomfort. So I will be voting yay.
Voted yay for Serna Prado. Ms. Cresswell.
Yes.
Mr. Hillbrands.
I will be voting nay.
Okay. Kerr. Oh, sorry, that's a mistake. Land.
Yes.
Manal Hoppenworth. You can't unmute. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Ma, yes. Menjivar.
Yay.
And Zen.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 yays, 2 nays, and 0 abstains. Motion passes.
Thank you, Sarah. I think we tabled we tabled the parent representative vacancy, and I think we said we postpone reports. And so I think unless people have agenda items for the next meeting, and we don't have more public participation, and is that a message or a hand? Dr. Powers?
I'd like to propose a special meeting to fill the LSC vacancy and not wait until the April general meeting.
Do you have a date in mind?
Let's see.
Like next Tuesday or something? How many more
Next Tuesday, the 15th would be fine with me.
Alexandra?
Sorry, I do a lot of extracurriculars and I'm in the musical at Jones and next week is Tech Week, so I won't be able to do anything like at all. So I guess you could vote. I just wouldn't be able to be there, but I think you'd have enough people to still get it across. So
Go ahead, Sarah.
Point of clarification, is this the only agenda item would be the filling the vacancy, or would we also try to finish the business from this meeting?
I'd recommend just filling the vacancy.
Deborah?
If all we're doing is filling the vacancy so that that person is seated for the April meeting, then why don't we try and work around Alexandra's schedule?
Yeah, we could also like do 2 weeks from now or something. And it could, like, since we did not do any reports, then if people have report items that need to be covered, it could be then as well. Go ahead, Dr. Powers.
We can't do 2 weeks from now because that's the candidate forum. Unless we do it on Monday, the 21st.
I am fine with it being done without me. Like, it's really not a big deal to me. Like, I think it'll be okay.
So we do not have to vote on that. That's just if, Dr. Powers, if you have 3 other members, you call that special meeting and send it to me and I send it out to everyone. So we can basically, I think everyone should tentatively plan for next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, the 15th?
Yeah.
Can we just vote on that now?
No, we don't vote on it. It'll be like, it's just if you have 3 other people, you call that meeting.
I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody else about it.
I know, so you got to ask them, and then you tell me.
Anybody
that
like to have
you
a
like
meeting on
me
the
and 3 others.
Yeah,
Or-
I'm happy to
Yeah.
call a meeting as well.
Be happy to call a meeting for Tuesday, March 15th at 6 p.m. our usual time.
And I saw Ellen. So just for the minutes, I'm just going to record who is calling a special meeting. Powers, Zen, Menjivar, Martinsek, Deborah, not Deborah, calling a special meeting. Yes.
Before we go public with that date, we should check with our candidates and make sure they're available on that date.
That's a good point. So
Yeah, so we can wait and do this like tomorrow, basically.
okay, but maybe the 4 of you can
Coordinate that.
send an email so that it's just recorded properly.
Can do.
Yeah, so as long as we get it out by Friday, but yeah, it would be good to check with the 3 candidates. Okay, any other agenda item type things like that? Okay, then seeing no further business, we will adjourn. Good night. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.